twice a week, Mouse? You said twice a week, but I don't know.
Either or. I know Wednesday's free, so.
Yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday.
So, last we left off, you guys had your big day. There was a lot going on. You guys put together a tri-wedding.
Menage a trois wedding.
Um, all participants seem to be pleasantly joined for the most part. There were some special guests and special happenings. And at the end of it all, you shared the night under a blood moon thanks to the artifacts that you found. And some transitions were made. So, any details that you guys need to cover from last week that you want to add to that, or anything that happened since, I guess, in case the next day is majorly different?
Not for me.
Transition did everyone have? Is there still now a beautiful woman?
No, Ægis now a beautiful man.
Driscoll has been spending some hours kind of theory crafting, just if there might be something wrong with the scale, or if the party might be making the mistake by having Corin on at this point. So, because his impression of him earlier did not lead to him seeming charitable, and while it's a chance that he might have changed since that time, he is keeping his reservations. Well, keeping his reservations mostly hidden. That's all.
Alright. Anyone else?
I think Vi and Red had a lot of sex where they were biting each other a whole lot. Vampire stuff now, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
Tell, is Vi supposed to be like half vampire or?
Yeah, like Blade. He's a daywalker. The same story as Blade.
When does the trench coat and sun and shades come in?
Those are at our house.
Really bright days.
Let's go undercover.
When you're gonna commit tax fraud?
Something Blade did?
Wesley Snipes. Yeah.
A new Blade.
No, it was the one from the trilogy.
There's a new one coming eventually.
I think I heard about that.
That's not.
It's crazy. I mean, you just commit tax fraud and suddenly you get more sequels.
No, it's not Wesley Snipes.
Yeah, it's somebody else. I mean, the last movie Wesley Snipes did was nearly 20 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Brett, what's your character doing?
I think they eventually made it home.
After running away.
Yeah. You know, they were missing their date, but it was fine. They found someone else to stay with. It was really weird. They were into biting a lot, but it was fun.
Wait, who was Fred's date? Sorry, who was Ethan's date?
Someone I made up on the spot, and that none of you know.
All right.
Inconsequential background person. that we can just like bring up at some point and be like, "Ooh, I stood you up." Just if it ever becomes funny.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, Steve. Like, I saw this big plushy dog, and it was like something out of a horror movie. I had to run.
Yeah, probably. I mean that's an honest way of characterizing what was going on with that. But yeah, I don't know how many more interview questions there really should be for Eden. Uh, is there more plot that's being planned?
What?
Uh,
I mean, like, so I don't really know what else I would ask at this point. I mean, except
So
maybe
you.
some stuff with Dristle, but general confusion exists. I mostly just don't know where everybody's going.
You can just wait and see, right? I don't think we've been
I
able to
can,
go.
yeah. No, that's fair, yeah. Uh, so
I
like
mean,
my plan with Eden is that at some point there's going to be a newspaper article that comes out about the Jokers and about what Eden thinks makes them unique. But we've probably already talked about that. So outside of that, I think the next thing Eden would be wanting to do for that article is try to either understand what exactly Ægis' deal is, but that's probably a dead end in his eyes because Icky has this very forthcoming thing of I'm really just a nobody, and that's something that can be believed to a certain extent. And the other angle would be talking to Dristle more, or just some people that are running around just randomly. So, surprise, is there a place that Eden would be able to find Dristle? Like,
Blacksmith?
yeah, like
yeah,
probably the blacksmith.
yeah. So since he came to this town, and especially with the gestures, his name has been going around for his dealings as a blacksmith, providing the gestures for one with communal weapons in bulk, along with helping the locals with repairs and such. He's kind of like a blacksmith of multiple trades, dabbles in goldsmithing, metallurgy, and I did. I want to fit into the story, but he did want to have more metal meets with other blacksmiths to learn different trades. Um, he also has something unique about his blacksmithing shop. Mostly the quality and some of the attributes of his finer pieces that he sells.
Okay. Uh, yeah, I think a lot of that background information might be used as like, so you know how some background information can sort of be like fluffing a person up a little bit?
Hmm.
That's probably how Eden's like starting the interview with that. Like, oh yeah, so I've heard that you're really a pillar of the community and how you've really been like helping everyone with your works here. Just like blatantly brown nosing. But as far as the location, do you want this to be set like before work, after work, at like a blacksmith's conference? Like there's that one Steve conference in Phineas and Ferb. This is just Blacksmith Anonymous or something.
It all depends about how the dynamic goes. You can bring Eden on at any time, and we can find some reason to fit it in. Driscoll is usually open to talk to people as long as he's not super busy. And of course, he's not the only one that works at the blacksmith shop. He has a few employees, a couple of apprentices that work under him that pick up the slack,
Yeah.
along with some contractors that come in from time to time if he has to go out for more than a few days.
Okay. Well, I think maybe the thing that's interesting me there is sort of a slow day. You're like stepping out of a building where you were having a get together with one or two other blacksmiths that came from outside of town because you're comparing notes or something. And you're really tired because you just had the big long day, but you're kind of high energy because, you had the thing that you were looking forward to for so long. And then somebody just starts asking questions and brown nosing you and being like, "Oh yeah, so I heard you're a pillar of the community," and uh, just asking stuff that was kind of out of place at the wedding and is out of place now. And why are you still here? Sort of vibes. Does that seem like a good setting for you, or
I mean, it sounds fine. Like, I'll roleplay how the scenario comes up, but I mean, I just encourage you to like be comfortable and try to bounce back with the energy I give. And if I am kind of failing at some part, or you have like a question above game, feel free to ask.
no? Yeah, yeah. The biggest problem I'm probably gonna have with this is just the standard having questions to ask period. So I'll try to match your energy in a way that I think that the character would. So
I guess one thing that would be noticeable, how long has Eden been in the city for?
he grew up here, but somehow is an uninformed journalist slash just way too much of a normie to like know what a lot of stuff is.
Okay, so so he probably only heard Driscoll's name recently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what was going on is Eden heard about you as a lead because you're not usual. And because it's something like, oh, well, okay, so the specific lead that Eden has is the jesters are integrating with how small businesses operate. Whereas most gangs will go into a marketplace or something and say, okay, you're ours now, pay us protection money. The jesters are recruiting business owners and they're in their ranks now. And he's going to try to get you to talk about, you know, were you coerced? Are you happy where you are? Why is it like this? How did this end up happening for you? Like that sort of stuff.
Where did they touch you?
Can you show me on the stall? But I'm sorry, I forgot your question, so I don't know if I answered your question.
Uh, I was just stating that if you had any questions above game, just to. Oh, I was just asking how long you've been in the city, and because I wasn't sure if this information might, what I might be saying next would be relevant to you. And it sounds like if you don't pay attention much to what's going on around you until like very recently,
Well,
it,
okay,
it
so I would say that it's less that Eden's not paying attention, it's that Eden's paying attention to the wrong stuff. Like it's snuff pieces or whatever, fluff pieces? Fluff pieces or whatever about like, oh, cat gets caught in a tree, or oh, is the fire department defrauding the city? Well, just not something that has to do with this specific avenue of blacksmiths being tied into organized crime now.
mm,
Like, I feel like it's a little bit of a niche topic.
mm,
Yeah, if you go around the city and like talk to people, like you would hear specifically the jesters are almost like their guards, right? They take care of the city. They make sure no like criminals do bad stuff. most criminals or like people that would be criminals because they're poor or something like that usually get recruited into the jesters as henchmen, and they get like heavily watched, and they know like they get taken care of, right? Basically they get a job and stuff, and because of that they can eat and they don't need to be a criminal anymore. And if they are still a criminal, then we get rid of them, right? Then we just like exile them or tell them to fuck off, and they usually go to another gang or something. That's why the other gangs have problems, because they just have all the shitty people there. But you would heavily know that like Vi is one of the main people that are always like patrolling and making sure people are okay, and Vi's always like chit chatting, talking with everyone, to make sure she's being seen and talked to and interacted with, and yeah, like the queen of the town, pretty much.
Yeah, like people you would think that would be more tyrannical in their sections would have been the Crown, Ben and Jerry, to a lesser extent Ox.
Yeah, I think some of this was explained to me before. But are you okay to move into the roleplay now?
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool. So I think the scene we agreed on is that Eden's approaching you after you're exiting a building where you just had a conference, and it goes something like, hello, Dristel, was it?
Uh, it wouldn't be out of a conference. It would probably be during the early afternoon of his work. Like he probably would have been starting to close up the shop.
Okay, so do you want me to like pop out of a dumbwaiter or waiting outside where people go out to smoke next to the dumpster?
The street's actually pretty clean. You do see a statue made of stone of him and one of the ladies he was dancing with. Well, dancing, and the stone is actually one solid piece. There's no cracks or breaks from it. That's usually a good indicator about if you have the right place. Um,
I'm sure you heard about that, yeah.
yeah, we can actually go to the map if that's okay, Josh.
Yeah.
It's not as fancy as Ægis, but it has a floor planning of both first and second.
So that's the front of the door? Or shop front?
Yep, the triangles are doors. So Drissel's just closing up for the early afternoon.
Hello,
Are
sir.
you making your... Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Dristel, was it? I was wondering if you had some time to answer some more questions about the Jesters and about your place with them.
Um, he turns around. Oh, hello. Who are you?
Eden?
Right, from the party.
Oh, yes. Speak. I have some of the photos. You might want to look through a few of these. Let me know if you want any of them.
Um, happily. Did you want to step inside?
Oh, that would be good. Yes.
Of course. Uh,
I forget how many photos I said I took. There was at least 3 of them. I know one of them is when you were like spinning everybody around. Josh, do you remember how many times I said flash last night or last week,
What?
or like where that was?
No, I'm ridiculous. Remember that.
yeah, you should kept count of it
You
yourself.
Yeah, I should have. Yeah.
you take a number of pictures. Who cares? You take pictures.
Yeah. If there's
Alright.
any memories that Dristel wants to have, you can have a photo of that. And
Okay.
he's like, oh, yeah, here.
So
The
just
lobby is...
yeah. So Driscoll takes his keys out and opens up the stairs over here, leading to the second floor to the lobby over here.
Stairs to the lobby. Oh, 2 floors. So I take it this is your home and shop then?
Yes. During renovations, I was able to make a few changes. This used to be a mill yard, so there was plenty of space, but a lot of reconstruction needed to be done. Now, may I see those photos?
Oh, of course. You might like this one and this one. That was before Dio puked. Or I guess she didn't puke, she just got very dizzy. But
Yeah.
yeah.
So you are familiar with some of the others. Okay. Look
Well,
at her
Ægis,
face.
yeah, you can. Yeah, it's why I forgot she didn't puke, honestly. But no, Icky, Dio, and oh, I forget her name, but she was an ex-Crown member. All of us went and did a mission that I'm not entirely sure what it was, but it was for a present for the uh, V's bride.
You're talking about the red.
Yes.
Serena was the Crown's member, former Crown's member.
Bye.
Okay, so did I only make 3 mistakes when talking there?
Well, I mean, Dio didn't puke, but I think you corrected yourself at that point. I'm actually a bit familiar with someone with sea and road sickness. It was honestly my fault that I that I was spinning so fast and got turned to that state.
Sorry, somebody was moving when you were talking there. Was Driscoll saying that he had a photo where Driscoll almost puked?
No, where Dio felt dizzy. Like, uh, last session, Dio was about to faint, not about to puke. Like, she needed to lie down or something.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so, that was, yeah, that was all I was going to say on that matter.
Yep.
Bristol, walks over to the mini fridge and takes out a couple of not water bottles, but a pitcher of juice, and above the mini fridge there are a few glasses. He pours one for Eden and one for himself.
Oh, thank you. If I may ask, what kind of juice is this?
Mango juice. You have to keep it cold on its own rather than adding ice cubes. Otherwise, the water from the ice just floats to the top without cooling the drink.
Oh, very interesting. Oh, it's a very unique flavor.
Very rich. Uh, Very popular in Neima. Now, how long have you been a member of the Jesters?
Well, I don't know if I'm technically a member, but Vi called me a secretary about a week ago, and she's called me that a few times since and asked, well, she hasn't actually asked to see any of my notes, but I keep some. So I think that's what that's about. Does that count?
Are you part of Jester missions?
I've done one, yeah.
I would reckon that you are a jester. That is not really the best when it comes to communicating. I mean, she's blunt, but she's not really clear sometimes.
Yes, I've run into issues with that too. Um, but speaking on clear, I was wondering if you could clear up a few things about your past for me.
Like what?
Well, it's not every day you see a reputable business owner get involved with a gang. I was wondering if you could clarify about why that happened.
I've discussed to you a bit about how we started to get involved um during I was a concerned citizen looking to uh, seeing a soul fly, I guess, escape and run to a place of a man that seemed to have died prematurely. And the jesters, of course, followed because they want to keep the town safe. I believe
Reptile man.
not every day when you see a rat.
Yep. And I know
Yeah.
even now you're doing the lip thing where you're not smiling too much.
Yeah. Yeah. Like the party was like like a rush to you, but even sitting down, you can tell Driscoll is an absolute unit. He stands nearly 7 feet tall and is well over 300 pounds.
Yeah, like on Eden's notebook, there's like a connection of lumber mill to house cause Dristle equal big. Like, I'm
Yeah,
imagining that this is a warehouse, and that's why it's suitable to be your house.
you can also see that the archways um, are significantly taller than standard to accommodate for his height.
Yes.
Right. So it came of a concern that when a man suddenly died without reason because of a. You're familiar with the corrupt, right?
I'm familiar with corruption, yes.
So you would
Uh,
know that the corrupt is a certain race or mutation.
Okay,
yeah,
okay, good.
it's either a genetic defect or a forced-on mutation. It was
I
something that has been rampant for the last few months, couple of years. Am I right on that
Uh,
point, Riku?
yeah, 50 plus years.
Yeah.
okay. Has it like gone down because of the actions of the party, or has it been
Nope.
ramping up
It's
lately?
actually just become part of the world's demographics.
Okay. Yeah, yes, I'm. Sorry.
Oh,
So this you can kind of choose to be
drink your
biased in a certain
juice.
way. Be biased in a certain way. So if you want to be against corrupted, kind of following propaganda. If you want to like have your own opinion, whatever, it's kind of up to you.
Yeah, I think it would be better to not have too much of an opinion on this. I don't really see Eden as someone that's very opinionated on too many things. Just get to the facts and get to the opinion sort of thing. Opinions are for people getting interviewed. Oh, Surprise has a smoke alarm going off.
Uh, yeah.
Did
Honestly, it seems like they did not turn on the ventilation, but it seems to cool off. If I hear it again, I'll let you know.
okay, I think I heard it last time too.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, yes, I'm aware of the corrupted. Um, were you trying to save someone, or was there some crime going on? How does that involve you?
It was an anomaly because while souls are visible right after you die, there was no reason it seemed like he should have died. He was an older gentleman, but not extremely old. He didn't seem to have any fatal wounds or illnesses to suggest that he would die right then and there. So it seemed to have been a. So the anomaly attracted my attention. There, along with myself, Iki, Bai, and a few other people, we saw, we met a woman that was using, I guess, was drawing that soul to her, and was summoning some sort of shades beyond the veil. We quickly dispatched them, and then brought the lady to well to the jester leader Ezekiel. That was when I had an interview with him to understand his stance on the matter. I've only lived here at the time for 6 months, and I was not sure of of the reasons why each member did what they did at the start. I thought the jester seemed to be the most rational, which I have to say was mostly right in that case. And since they were looking out for the well being of their citizens and were looking to expand territories through non hostile means, seeking out peace and unity amongst the city, I decided to assist in their efforts. Though I did not want to be a part of their gang officially, as I did not want to follow orders, and if there was any reason why I disliked them, I would just not show up or argue with them. Just leave on leave as soon as possible. I mean, they're still gangs after all, but they're one that I don't mind backing up in this situation.
I think I understand, but could you clarify a little bit on what positions you asked Ezekiel and the other jesters about to make sure you could back them?
Well, their stance on taking over territory, what to do with the uh, acclaimed people, how they handle those that want to leave the jesters or those that do not wish to be ruled under them, how they protect the people, and what their goal is, which it seems like expansion and complete territory to essentially run the city, though by the means it seems benevolent, working to be the stand-in police force or governing body is a more accurate term.
I think I understand. So I guess you could say the reason why you backed the jesters even after 6 months moving here, was that you thought that it would bring stability to the city.
Yes.
Okay. And how would you say this affected your business?
Well, I did make a name for myself slowly. I would like to say that my wares do speak for themselves along with my networking. Though I will not deny, through my involvement of the Gisters and being one of their primary suppliers of weaponry and other metallic wares, that my notoriety has boosted.
Okay, so being a part of the Jesters allowed you certain business opportunities you wouldn't necessarily have, as well as exposure, I suppose you could say.
Yes, exposure, a reliable, non-verbal agreement, and the, I guess, more ability to expand and outsource more of my products. Been working on a delivery system and perhaps a second sort of business, I guess a second blacksmithing shop if I have enough employees and they want to set up the shop somewhere else in the city, or I could take over for somebody else's black shop. I guess buy someone else's black shop, have them manage it, and me supervising along with providing techniques and regulations for them to follow to increase workshop quality. Um, Due to some blacksmiths not being on the same levels as others, I do want to give them an opportunity to earn a. I mean, they do earn a living wage, but I want them to improve on their techniques and the quality of their wares. Not them, not things like their farming equipment breaking down every year.
So, I think I understand. You've experienced prosperity from your craft, and you want to be able to share that with others of the same craft as well.
While learning a few tricks myself, I am not perfect.
Mm. But at the same time, you feel like you can teach others, and that this might be the time for you to do that.
There's always a time to do something. You just have to find. You just have to make it.
Yes. Could you clarify what you meant about consistent nonverbal agreements, though?
Well, so there's no official contract written up towards myself and the gestures about providing them with the, well, equipping them or outfitting them with the items they request or need. They just send me a slip. Um, of course, if you are not aware, Bai is basically second in command, right behind Ezekiel. So, due to my relations and I guess our working relations together, it's a trustworthy and stable opportunity that I look to take up.
I see. Okay. Um, so I don't mean to offend here, but some people might call this nepotism. Would you feel like that's fair to say, or do you feel like at any moment you could fail and then you wouldn't be asked to make weapons for the jesters anymore?
I was hired for this mostly due to my reputation. While landing myself in the position was a matter of circumstance with my cooperation with them. My craft is of a very notable quality. Now, I'm not saying that nepotism may not have no effect on this, but I am saying that the most weighty factor is my abilities and my affinity for the craft of blacksmithing that has me outshine the others. Let me show you something.
Depends.
He goes back over, grabs a couple of mugs and this kettle. Now, are you a fan of tea?
I'm familiar with Earl Grey.
All right.
I,
So
I, I believe I know how to pronounce chamomile.
is either chamomile or chamomile. Common is not really my first language, as you can tell.
I didn't want to make any assumptions. People with lisps exist, of course.
Right. I would say, how familiar are you with foreigners? How familiar is Eden with foreigners?
Well, how many foreigners come in on the northern side, just south of the Crown territory in the city? I guess that,
That would be a question for Josh.
yeah, so I was under the impression that that was a bit of an upper class slash middle class sort of area, so that's probably not going to be too high of heavy traffic for that sort of stuff.
I mean, if it's anything like for us, it's like maids and yeah, illegals or whatever coming in.
Now the bars are open, but it depends on how the certain place that they come in at accepts them. So
Yeah,
jesters
so
can
I
be
was
like accepting, while the crown may shun anybody that comes in.
okay. Who was the purple people to the north of the Jesters that they sort of like merged early on?
The wasp.
They had like
Wasps.
the wasps. But first and foremost, I was working under the assumption that whether or not new people to the city would come in would be determined mostly on class lines, and if you're immigrating somewhere, you're usually poor because you're looking for more opportunities. So I was basing off of probably not, because it seemed like Eden was in like a middle class sort of area, which isn't so high up that you'd have servants and not so low down that you'd have slums. So is that fair? Or is this particular WASP territory something that's like, no, you'll manage no matter what?
I believe most of the gangs they'll thrive regardless of what the situation is. But the wasp was like more middle class than anything.
Okay. Do you have the same philosophy about immigration then? Or do you think that most of the people emigrating to London are people like Dristle, who are coming in because they have some amount of money and they're trying to make a business?
The city that you guys are in was once a very strong and powerful city. But the war kind of tore it apart, so people may be coming here to find some scraps or to find a place to just find refuge that they can afford, because of the rundown, what they expect to be rundown. So it can be really anything. If they had word about how the crown is keeping their area like up in high management. So it depends on the information of whoever's going in.
Okay, so the gang territories aren't based on class in any way. They just have the snobs up north.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Then I guess Eden's position would be. Well, I have a few friends. Uh, how is that relevant?
Driscoll's accent is rather distinct. Like, you can tell, like, Eden can tell he's a foreigner. Um, depending about how familiar, you could at least say he's from across the ocean in one of the continents west.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna do a roll and add probably 1 to this to say whether or not he has friends that he'd be able to recognize the accent for it.
Okay.
That is a 5, so probably not too familiar.
I mean, you kind of think back, and maybe you have a friend from Caldoon, but you know that's southeast rather than, or directly south rather than from the west.
Okay, yeah, so what I'm getting from this is it's sort of like Eastern European vibes. Like there's literally 24 countries in there, but Eastern European vibes.
Yeah, Slavic vibes more so.
Yeah, the damn Baltic. Yeah, okay. Um, I forget the last thing you said. In character, I mean.
He was asking about tea, if I recall. And you said Earl Grey, and he wanted to show you his kettle and some mugs. So he opens up his jacket, and and you're familiar with magic. His
Yes.
coat is bigger on the inside, so he takes out this this rack of tea bags essentially.
I see
I'll
you're a
do.
big fan.
I always keep a few extra lunches in case I need to carb load or protein load, along with some teas and a medical kit, and I try to prepare for situations, for the off chance they come up. Do
It's
you
good to
want
be
any
prepared.
sugar?
I should be fine. I'll be able to taste the tea better without it, right?
Right, your preference. So, just Driscoll, you see that Driscoll is tracing his finger around the kettle, and
Actively, what's going on?
Hey there, baby.
it's getting steamy.
Spill the tea.
So, around the kettle, he is tracing his finger around the side, and it starts to glow and hum a bit. And you see this flash of, like this dull flash of yellow. Uh, sorry.
Yeah, so we make tea. There's a magic teapot. What's special about the tea?
He tries to explain that the he's ex- it was a demonstration. He makes items essentially that he imbues with runes to do effects. Some to fortify, some to uh well,
cause tea to heat up by itself, because this tea was not on any stove or any heat. But within about a minute, it heated up the water from the inside.
Okay, yeah. Which successfully makes the argument that Driscoll does have something to come to the table with. For the Jesters, it's not just nepotism. It was just a social networking thing to get you in the door in the first place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, like his quality of the craft is good, like is excellent. But what pushes him more over the edge is his rune smithing that he puts on his items that uh, causes that makes him the talk of the town.
So is that what you meant when you were talking about teaching other blacksmiths the tricks that you picked up?
Yes.
I see. Well, it looks like the town has a beautiful future.
All right. Let me ask you something. Are you planning to meet Vi today?
Uh, I don't believe so. Should I?
Vi was mentioning, and Spike can correct me above game. You were part of a crew now. I don't know
She
how
made
to.
him his secretary.
I take notes.
Yeah, she basically said whenever she says something, write it down. Like, yeah, we'll meet tomorrow or blah 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 blah. Right. So when she goes like next time, like a week now, she's like, oh yeah, we'll hang out tomorrow, and then you can be like, oh no, you already have a date tomorrow. She's like, oh, the next day. You're like, nope. Like day after that, you're like, okay, you're free then. I'm like, okay, cool. Day after that, right? To keep track of
Okay,
her
yeah.
schedule, pretty much. Yeah.
I can just call her up real quick. Boop 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 boop.
The dial tones are very important for the magic.
Yeah. Zzz.
She eventually picks it up after a while. She's like, what? What do you want?
I seem to have caught you at a bad time. I was
Yeah,
asking.
on my honeymoon.
It's 2 in the afternoon.
We're on a honeymoon for gonna be for like next few days. I'm in my bed. What?
My apologies. I thought we were meeting today or something.
Oh, I'm taking the day off.
Ah, my apologies then. Have a good night rest. Good evening's rest and enjoy the honeymoon. Pardon my intrusion.
Neither of us need to rest anymore. So all day,
Hmm.
every day. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Is that on speaker?
No.
Good. That would be interesting. Okay.
Ah. Well, seems like I'm not. Seems like I misinterpreted the intentions and left. But yeah. Uh, if Josh wants to like turn to one of the other players, because I know we've been taking a while here, feel free to do so.
I think this is what you guys would do for the day while Vi's on her honeymoon. But I don't know what's Icky doing on their honeymoon.
I mean, it would just be talking between them and Undyne. We don't need to role play it, really. It would be just be like talking about the dream they both had and stuff like that. But the whole new body thing, stuff like that. Like he doesn't feel as angry right now, which is weird for them. So it seems like something changed and they're just kind of feeling each other out, just trying to figure out what that means. So
Same thing Red and Vi are doing, feeling each other out.
So I guess that means that Ægis literally the guy that got fixed. Like, are you familiar with that stereotype? Like, I can fix him.
Oh,
Like, that just
I mean,
actually
I
happens?
know what the stereotype is, but I guess
I think he had a sex change in a dream.
Mm,
it's not far from the truth, but it's not correct completely.
My penis fell off.
Work the
Well-
way in? Something, I don't know.
But
thought-
I mean,
I
Icky
thought
was a
shapechangers
girl.
could get a. I thought shapechangers could get a sex change anytime they wanted, but
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I know. I'm just making.
But they have a normal form, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is it? Changelings do.
yeah.
Every shape changer has a
And-
natural form.
Icky has a normal form too. But
And that's the token we see.
That's what you see right now.
Yeah. But that
It's not what he
changed in the
used to
dream.
be. Yeah.
Yeah.
It changed in the dream. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I guess the plan then is to finish this conversation up, then do a time skip to after the honeymoons.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You guys finish up and then you do whatever you need to do. Let Bristol catch up on blacksmith stuff and
Yeah. Have him just worry about. I'm thinking, how can he? He kind of wants to spy on Corin, but I'm not sure how to
should eat
accomplish.
soup for 3 days.
I guess he can disguise himself as somebody else.
I'm
Like
just
he's
imagining. Okay, so you know how there's some tropes about like peepholes and bathrooms and stuff? I'm imagining like an 8 foot tall, burly, like literally muscles exploding out of his jacket man, crouched up against a hole, just looking through it constantly, and like you just pick up the wall and move around with it.
Imagine
Like
8
you're just
feet
in the
tall-
middle of a park.
Imagine 8 feet tall dude like hide behind a bush dressed as a grandma or something. It's like no one would suspect me.
well, I mean,
Buff
he hunches.
Grandma's real though.
Like he has a bunch of old costumes he wore. Above game, he used to have many fake identities before settling down in Hennessy. Moonlighting as an actor, being I guess being an errand man, a hairdresser at one point. I mean, he mostly defaulted to amateur blacksmithing, working under somebody that would hire him. But I think there's like either one or two occasions where he was scolded or somewhat, or the boss tried to sabotage his work because they were uh their ego was hurt that this foreigner was outpacing them and doing a much better job at blacksmithing.
And then you
Also,
unhinged your jaw.
he was also on the run sometimes because
Yeah,
I-
was a war criminal, right?
people were hunting him, but also he wasn't really popular in town after he kept winning hands and people kept calling him a cheater, which no, he was just really really good at cards and drinking contests to help earn him money. So that's what gave him his jump off point to own a business coming into Hennessy.
Oh, that's the name of this town. Okay, I thought it was London.
No.
Okay.
I'll be right.
That's why you said London before. Okay.
I thought he was just
using it
okay.
as a reference point.
Yeah, I was thinking, wait, do you think Driscoll's British?
No, I thought you were trying to do a German accent, but I guess you're doing a Slavic accent.
Why does everyone think I do a German accent all the time?
Okay, if everyone does, I don't know. Okay, it's fine. So yeah, I I don't really know how to finish off the conversation there. I guess it's like some pleasantries and then trying to dip out.
Yeah,
So
pleasantries. He tells you how he, I guess, got involved with another gang member at some point, and
I need to restart my Discord. I'll be right back.
okay.
see you soon.
Yeah, so he gives you some details that are more public, like how he started going out with one of the former gang leaders of the Wasp, how he took in a criminal off the street and one of his apprentices now. Um, how how his standing relationship with Vi and Icky are on a somewhat professional level. Just kind of giving you a better understanding how Driscoll's the guy that wants to do things well, do things at by certain conducts, while someone like Vi and Nikki sees it as more, I would say, pragmatic, but also overly blunt way of saying, "Hey, we own you, but so we need to take this thing, yada yada yada. Hey, we're doing this, we're doing that. I mean, we're not gonna ask your permission, even though you run the business."
Sorry, I'm not sure how you got to that last part. Were you saying that you disagreed with Vi and Ezekiel on that, or you liked how Vi and Ezekiel didn't do that?
Vi and Icky, and like above game, I think it has a fun dynamic, but Driscoll wants to make sure that everyone is respected as one of the current points of why he wanted to team up with the Jesters is to like was because he did not want to be part of a ruling body that just forced the townspeople or businesses to do what the governing body says just because.
Okay, yeah, respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would probably be maybe even like the title of the piece he's writing, just the gang that respects. Um, but yeah, thank you so much for your time. Um, I hope you have a pleasant rest of your day. And thank you again. What kind of tea did you say that was? I'm gonna have to look for it.
I gave you an Earl Grey, but I did use a bit of cardamom to give it a
Oh,
bit more of a kick. You can
I
find it
see.
at the spice shop right here, as he kind of writes down the name of the store and a couple of directions. It's like 2 blocks down.
I had no idea you could spice tea. Well, thank you.
Yes, usually you want to pre-boil. You want to boil the spices in first before you pour in a mug with the bag separated.
I'll have to try that. Well, if there's nothing else you'd like to add, I think that's everything on my end. I hope you have a good rest of the day, and thank you.
Of course, I will see you out.
That would be for the best.
Hmm.
It's a pretty big house. I'd be worried to get lost.
Right.
I want to zoom out more, but
Yeah, I'm at 80, and it's a very long house.
like I try to have it with realistic standards with how a small house would be with big house, and to still accommodate a secret hallway.
Oh yeah, so is that what those silver S's are? Like secret doors?
Yes, there is one behind the yeah, there's one over here behind the mini fridge, one over here behind the gramophone.
Yeah.
This room is completely sealed off. You'd have to go through secret entrances to get up to get over here.
I don't know where you're pinging, but I guess that's like.
Oh, can you
Oh
not
yeah,
see?
yeah.
Yeah, like this room, you can see there's no door markers. I
Just
mean,
S's.
yeah. This is in case if anyone tried to come in or if he was ever found out, he could have a way of escaping. And I guess last thing, you notice outside the house and also in the lobby, there are no windows on the second floor. Or at least in the lobby.
Yeah, which isn't too strange. I mean, we're just in one part of the house.
Yeah.
Maybe
There's
if he
a,
gave a grand tour, Eden could have figured something out, but that's very unlikely. And something you didn't let happen. So,
Yep.
really shows how paranoid Dristel is.
He invited you upstairs to his lobby for tea for someone he met a day ago.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, fair enough, yeah. I don't know, I was just trying to say that Dristel's smart about being friendly without being vulnerable, is, I guess, what I was trying to say.
Yeah. He's stupid sometimes.
Everybody is.
Yeah. So I guess he goes back to his room and spends some time with Lauren.
Yeah, is that something that should be roleplayed?
I think it's fine. Like they're just talking amongst each other, doing what couples do. Probably will have a day out, meet up with. He'll probably hang out with Dio the next day to see how she's doing and if she came up with anything on the research of magic.
I forget, was Lauren mad that you didn't want to marry her?
Nope. Like
Nah.
Okay.
the one thing, like Dristel is slow with relationships since this is actually his first relationship he had at 26.
Aw.
Yeah. And Lauren knows that. He is loyal, he is as honest as he can be. And Lauren understands like he's not going to leave her unless something traumatic happens.
Like Vi left instructions for all the others, all the other her minions or whatever. He basically has Serena doing her routes and stuff she does in the mornings. And she had like a conversation with everyone else about like, yeah, okay, so you fill in for me. Someone needs to fill in for Icky because they're probably on their honeymoon too. Do whatever Icky does. What does Icky do around here? I think he just follows me around. I guess follow each other around. I don't know, just in case they need help or something. So all that, and then she went away for like a few days.
I think during the time skip, Eden would release an article saying some. I forget what. The gang that treats people with respect would be the headline or the headline. It'd be talking a little bit about V. It would be talking Vi. It would be talking a little bit about Icky. It would be talking a little bit about Dristel. Talking about how it's a gang that was made by people that were struggling and really hoping that people would be able to work together to improve their situations and really grew into its own because, unlike a lot of the other forces in the city, including the town guard, they actually respect each other and bring each other up. Really touchy feely sort of thing. Like, I think Eden invents the anime protagonist monologue in this article. if this wasn't already like heavily established in character monologues at this point. But like just very ushy-gushy, it's going to make the jesters look like semi-pansies. Just very ushy-gushy.
You guys are now seen as soft. Street cred decreased.
Like, yeah, and it's like, oh yeah, people now hear about how Vi was an orphan on the street, and then she got together with friends and made something of herself. So, like, maybe not Vi specifically would be seen as soft, but I think Dristel would.
I mean, to be fair, the jesters are already seen as soft. Like, that was the whole point of them. But then, like, once you're in there, and then, like, they want people to, like, they don't want people to be scared to do things. They want people to do whatever they're going to do. And then once they're like, oh, we're just going to rob people or do some bad shit, then the jesters take care of it in the evilish way. And then they're like, oh, they're not soft. Uh-oh. Right. So, like, they let them, like, get in that, like, false state of security where they actually act. So jesters don't have to, like, they don't have to, like, look over their shoulders and shit. Like, people just, like, they act on their own. Yeah, people act and then they react to them. So it's fine.
Okay, yeah. I was a bit worried about how you would take that, but if that's part of like the
lawful evil stuff.
I don't even think that that's lawful evil. Like that can be a true neutral, even lawful good thing. Like you're literally just letting people show you who they are, and then believing them when they
do. What he's saying is we don't mind killing people.
Yeah. Like, you know, like we make the laws, and then when we're like, you know, we're gonna kill you now. I send you to like type deal. It's like, yeah, and also when you're talking about like what was it? The gangs having people pay protection money. Everyone has to pay taxes in town, and we get the taxes to do what we see fit. That's why Vi's rich, because she gets a lot of tax money. So it's technically still that, but yeah. It's not like they're not taxing people to death, but they make sure everyone's taken care of and everything.
So, you know, it's literally better than governments in this era.
Yeah, like no one else in the town is rich except for the jesters. Everyone else is, like, above average. And the jesters are rich for making sure everyone's above average.
I would think the crown would be rich. Right?
Yeah.
I mean in jester territory stuff. The things that jester have in all right? And then once they acquire the crown, they're no longer going to be rich because jester's going to take all that money from them and put them where everyone else is.
Yeah, I think I understand. Well, yeah, Eden just sort of amplifies the message a little bit.
There is a very much redistributing of wealth, but let's just get the most of it.
Yeah. I think there would be, like, a little section talking about how Lucky's off-putting. About how, hey, if everybody's in there, that means that some bad characters can be in there, so don't trust them, like, unequivocally. You might just end up getting a bunch of pie everywhere. Like not really sure what the deal with that dude was, but that's what Lucky was. That's what Eden thinks Lucky is. It's just, oh yeah, you fuck with Lucky, you slip on pie.
Fair assumption.
Like, I'm pretty sure that's only if Ægis does that, because Ægis, like, blessed by the goddess of misfortune or something. And, like, I think somebody tried to explain that, but I don't think Eden would get that too well. So, yeah, just, oh yeah, if you see a skeleton that wants a high five, don't, you'll probably slip in pie.
No, he has a curse on him.
Yeah, that makes people unlucky, and then the unlucky thing can actually kill people. Yeah. And I think a lot of that was explained above game. But, like, Eden would understand, high five the unlucky skeleton named Lucky, and then you slip in pie. So, yeah, I mean, generally pretty soft, generally just everybody wants to move up. The people inside of it just genuinely think they're doing better job than the town guard. Wow, look at how terrible the town guard is. And also, don't just trust anyone just because they're a jester. They take literally anybody in, so...
There is
or
no town
whatever
guard?
the recruitment process is.
Apparently there was a town guard, and they actually were pretty good.
Oh.
People here were actually the good leaders until the people came invaded and killed them.
Was that a different gang?
No, it was like what was it? Who attacked them? Was it?
Yeah, so the Western continents attacked this city because they sided with the corrupted. The previous leader was the sister-in-law of the leader of the corrupted. The prior leader, not the current one.
Wait, what? Say that again?
So Becca Gordon
Isn't
is
that the reason I used to run his town is the sister-in-law of Damien?
no, Damien's father.
Damien's father. Okay.
So Damien's aunt, pretty much, or aunt and
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So we all do the time jump and we meet up somewhere.
Yep.
Jester headquarters or something.
I guess Driscoll will try to. He does
Oh,
want
yeah.
to sneak around and like follow Corin to see if he's genuinely generous or has this been an act.
So, what do you remember, like your interactions with him initially?
So
It started off with you guys like spotting him, testing him, her, she, them, and all those siblings.
We didn't see that though.
I think
It
by
seemed, yeah.
from the sky.
No one saw it actually. Yeah, no one saw it. He came out of the like building where they were being held, so everyone just assumed, oh, this guy's like a torturer or something like. Because yeah, it would be a little bit different his reaction if that were the case. But yeah,
yeah,
Did Vi go up early before everyone else? Or no?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
She was on top of the building, but she wasn't there. Ægis was there
Just
with
watched
him.
from the ceiling. I just know what he looks like. I don't know if I heard anything. Maybe I did. I don't know.
Gotcha. So I guess we could do that through roleplay once you guys get the chance to talk to him, discuss what happened.
Yeah, if I
Because
was
he
to
left
meet
the building
him,
as the guards were leaving. I guess guarding him's family.
if I was supposed to meet him the next day, but then I assumed she would have like told him like, "Hey, honeymoon, meet you in like 3 days," or something like that. When I'm back.
Yeah, that works.
And also, I think she would have told Dio to figure out a way that Vi can get Red pregnant. See if that's the thing, just in case, just in case there's ever a thing later on down the line.
Gotcha.
Vampire magic
So-
bullshit or something.
Just what do you remember from your interaction with him? What has you on the fence about him?
so when he was going to run a separate distraction, when he was using his armor to use the spell mislead, he had himself dress up like an old man before he used the spell. When he was distracting Corin during that time, he looked like an old beggar in an alleyway trying to, like, he dropped his marbles and such and was kind of picking him up, going on about war stories, well, I guess about his life stories and such, how he lost his son in the war, how Corin reminded him of his son, and throughout the entire time, Corin looked at this man with utter disgust before putting up the light barrier, just leaving the man there. So he kind of left a downtrodden elderly man who doesn't have much left in his life and not coming back. It doesn't seem kind, but doesn't seem charitable either, because no aid was offered, not even directions to, hey, there's a soup kitchen down the street, or hey, like, just no sort of
Support. Yeah, I gotcha.
yeah.
Okay.
And of course, compounding with the position with him and his collaboration with the Crown during that time is sketchy, like adds to the sketchiness.
Okay. You guys would have agreed to meet with him at the hideout, I guess the guild hall, or back at, I guess, somewhere closer to his area,
I guess we can.
or just some
make
other
it,
random.
might just be the brothel because he knows where it is, right?
Okay.
So you, instead of telling him more places that he maybe may not should know about, we'll see.
So is that the thing you guys want to tackle first, or?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Meet up at the brothel, I guess.
Didn't even notice my roll 20 dropped. One sec.
Any of the other NPCs that you would want to have there?
Red's probably here working. I don't think she. I think Vi and her spent enough time together. She's supposed to be working here somewhere.
Mm-hmm. The regulars will probably still be there doing their business.
Every day, it's a getting closer. Please don't put your penis in a toaster.
I'm glad someone
Please
told me
don't-
not to.
Please don't do that to my merchandise. I understand you bought it, but that's not its intended purpose.
That's 2 undies. Alright, so would you guys have invited the others or no? Like Lauren, Dio, Undyne?
I mean,
Probably
Lauren
not
is
Dio.
Not
Dio.
Not Dio.
because
She's still kind of hesitant about him. So, I mean, if you want to, then that's fine. I was just saying that she probably wouldn't feel comfortable around him.
she may not feel comfortable, but how about we ask her first to see if she wants to come? Like, let's just say above game, we asked her, what would her general thoughts be?
She is, if it's to the benefit of the party, she'll deal with it. But other than that, if she doesn't need to be there, she'd rather not be around him.
If I can just keep her out doing more research, it's fine.
Alright. What is Lauren's stance on the matter?
She has no bias towards him at all. She's just like, he's a guy. He's one of us technically, but whatever.
Okay, so Lauren can come. Did you want Undyne to? Oh, you already have Undyne here.
So before I moved her, is she saying or not? Or is she coming or not?
Yeah, she can be here.
Okay, so you guys have who's here.
Vi's in her office. What she calls her office now. She took it.
So what you guys get in, if you haven't seen Red recently, her hair is now red again. She's looking very vibrant, like maybe Undyne's mom. No tie. But yeah, so you guys wait a little bit. Corin does as asked and appears. Walks in and gives you all a nod and kind of just waits at the door.
Is that in here?
So this sounds like it's stuff that Eden's been purposely kept out of because it's none of his goddamn business. So I think Eden might have been like brought in at the start, so Vi could be like, "Oh yeah, I'm busy from this time to this time. I'll let you know if there's more for my calendar, but I don't see any other business that you would have."
No, it could be.
Yeah, Vi will be okay with you hearing this. Basically, she needs you to keep write down the notes down so she doesn't remember it.
Yeah. Okay. Then I guess Eden's following you guys around and has no context for what's going on because he wasn't around for yesterday's or last session's conversation.
Vi would have said just like whenever he gets here, bring him to my office. Who he's talking about or where her office is. I guess
No, he's assuming this is the office. So,
say back room.
yeah. So, who am I looking for then?
Tan guy, no shirt.
Tan guy, no shirt. Does he have a name?
I don't remember. You're supposed to remember that for me.
Exactly. That's your job.
I don't think I've ever been in the room when you were talking to a tan guy with no shirt.
It's not my fault.
Okay, I might not be able to do this, but if I just find any tan guy with
I
no
mean, how
shirt,
many could there be?
okay, and yeah, I'll go see. Eden goes off into the street, leaves the bar, finds someone that matches the description. Fucking this dude named Steve.
Like literally everyone.
Yeah. No. This guy
Oh, you
comes in
found
with
your
a guy named
date.
Phineas. So this is Phineas. It
Not that one.
is.
No, wrong one. Let's try again.
Sorry, Phineas. Are we still on for cards Thursday though? No, fuck you.
Sure.
Oh shit. Okay, yeah. That's good. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about this.
Man, you're out.
Hey, like, I'm in therapy about that. You don't have to bring it up every time. I get it.
So Eden, you would see like some guy kind of like kissing up on Undyne that obviously didn't look like Icky.
Also, she would have said go find Icky and everyone else. They've seen them, right? Crystal, Icky, all the others. I don't remember names.
All the others, then I guess Undyne, Red, and Dristle would be the people in the immediate vicinity that Eden would talk about. So first it's just like, hey, I think Vi's planning something back there. By the way, do you have any idea who Vi might be talking about that looks like this guy? Points over at Phineas.
Hi.
You mean Corin?
He just
Corin.
looks...
Okay, I have a name. Thank you, Phineas. Again.
No problem.
Sorry, no. Is that something that Icky or Dristle says?
Just didn't say
That's what
anything.
Icky says. But
Okay, so this random person that Eden's never met before.
yeah, you just
Okay. Finally, got a name. Okay, that's good enough. Anyway, Dristle, Undyne. I think Vi wants you in the back room. Something about a meeting going down as soon as I find this Corin person. By the way,
Right.
who are you?
I'm I. And kind of holds out his hand.
Hello, I. Do. That was a bit of a strange reaction. Or, yeah, okay. No, I'm used to strange at this point. It's fine. Yeah, got stuff to do.
Your hand's a little sticky.
Sniffs it. It's like,
It doesn't smell like anything.
you wouldn't happen to be like secretly a giant hand, would you?
Secretly, no.
Openly?
No.
Okay.
What's his deal? And I kind of lean over to Undyne and Crystal.
Eden like sort of just walks through the door and hits Corin as he's coming through, like, oh, sorry. Oh, you're here.
And you tell me what's going on here.
Vi's in the back room. I think that's where she wanted to talk.
Alright. Are you escorting me?
Yes, I can show you there.
Lead the way. You'll nod at everyone else and just kind of scoot past you.
Everyone would probably just follow with.
Wait, he's going to stop and frown at Undyne and look at Iggy. Didn't I just marry you to someone else? And then just gonna look at like, yeah. So, what? Wait, what do you mean someone else? This is.
She's like,
She's like, wait, didn't everyone say?
they don't know.
I wanted to be like, wait, who are you?
Why am I kissing this person?
Are you breaking your vows already, young lady? No,
Hey,
no, sir.
whoa, hey. Don't talk. If anyone's gonna be, questionably unfaithful, that's me, not her.
So, who might you be?
Am I? I am I.
I didn't marry an eye to this young.
Yeah, you did. Not a very good memory on this one. Just kind of like walks away.
Did you used to go by Icky?
Uh, let's get to the back, and I'll explain things.
A lot of makeup on for my wedding. Don't worry about it.
No. The thing is, Icky's got a bunch of makeup on now. You can't even see the CKY anymore.
Why do you all do so much business in this place?
I own the place. Oh, you're not there yet. He's coming.
You can answer as he's walking in the area, like, oh.
Yeah, Eden responds, I think it's important to Icky, or I know, I guess. I don't know.
By this point, Vi just assumes that when she gets everyone here, and then when Icky's not here, and there's a new face here, she just assumes it's Icky.
Just only can tell it's Icky because Undyne is standing next to the stranger.
Eden wouldn't get it if Undyne didn't mess up.
What is Icky like? Did she just have they have a bunch of mouths coming out their chest or something? I don't know what's going on.
No, you don't see the mouths. The mouths are not there. It's really just the face and stuff. But it's more so, so it would just be the normal face, but it's like, well, we can do it in role play.
Yeah, that's what she's about to do. I just know what I'm looking at, so I can start spewing nonsense at people.
Yeah, not the mouth. Yeah. It would just be like a normal human, but that's later on. Yeah.
Guy's like, I guess he's like, so trying out a guy now, Icky.
So you see him like counting you guys. So he's like, missing.
Yeah, she's one of them's own research.
So she is truly our slaw.
Yeah, sure.
Then what's his purpose?
That's my secretary. He remembers people's names for me. Like, what's your name?
He looks to you, Eden. What's my name?
Fucking hell. I.
Seems like you may need to hire better help.
So the thing is, I feel like Eden's memory would be better than mine in this situation.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, is it
so
Karen?
Do you see his
Corin. Okay. No, I don't see his name tag. I also don't see Undyne's name tag.
Nope. It's hers either, yeah.
Oh, I see both of theirs.
Yeah.
I see everybody's name tag now.
Do you see
Also,
Lawrence?
Where
is Lawrence is kind of hidden behind your face, though.
Yeah, but you can
I see Lawrence.
tell there's a name tag there.
Yeah, I see Lawrence.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if I had Nick's situation.
Undyne changed tokens recently? No, right?
Nah, it just wasn't unchecked.
Am I the only
so
one that
he's gonna shrug.
Does Undyne's and Serena's art look similar to anyone else?
Serena.
Serena is blonde and Undyne is red.
Yeah, I guess that's slightly different. I think it's just like the
Colors?
glow.
Yeah, colors.
Yeah, I mean they do both have that like radiant light coming from their like picture head. So
Yeah, that
And
backlit.
doesn't Serena have long hair? Right.
Well, Undyne's is a long but ponytail, but Serena is more like a bob cut, I believe.
no, she's got
Yeah.
like yeah.
It's
Oh, I
about
guess it is kind of short. It kind of looks like it kind of. To be fair, this character reminds me of Lux from League of Legends, so I always
yeah,
think of
so.
Lux.
Long hair, blue armor.
I mean, Undyne's also
I
just
can.
reminds me of Tess, so I'm also just thinking of Tess.
From The Witcher.
Yeah,
No, sorry, that's uh Triss.
that's what I meant.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I meant though. Triss Marigold. Yeah.
she's the prom queen.
Yeah, so you can kind of picture like a French braid on a long French braid in the back.
Okay, yeah.
So Vi's like, yeah, so we're all together and everything. I noticed.
Why haven't you started the 7th?
What?
Our 7th. Where is she? Why not?
I think she didn't want to see you for some reason. I think she doesn't trust you, and she's busy doing research for me.
Trust, yes. I may have burned that bridge a few times.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. I don't really trust people, but I usually just, in general, like, don't really care until they show me I shouldn't trust them. Give you the benefit of the doubt. Yeah. How our gang works. But, yeah, if you fuck up, then, you know, you can find a new one.
I'll put them in your head, I assume.
Yeah, we can find a new one of you. But yeah, so, according to what we have now, we're all, like, equal. So if we do this whole shindig thingy with the whole horsemen, they'll be neutral and we're all good. So should we do it before someone fucks it up?
I mean, we should probably ask the guide if that's even possible. I don't know if there's ever been a selection without trials, and I kind of look at Undyne.
You see Undyne kind of look down at her chest, and a voice not similar to hers kind of speaks up, and she mentions, "There's one way around the trials, but it is very rarely used. Perhaps if you all are actually equal."
What's the trials? I mean, can we just do the trials real fast? You know, just whatever. Just
Well,
go and do
the
it.
trials are set to give you the chance to become equal in case you need to be.
Oh, okay.
There are 3 different trials for each of you. If you act responsibly in each one, you can become a neutral.
So if we just do the trials normally, then we should be fine.
Well, if one of you chooses incorrectly, it can lead to chaos.
Okay, so how do we do good around trials?
So, we need to find another artifact.
Huh. Okay, so where's the artifact?
So, it is actually settled in the past.
Okay, so where's the portal to the past?
We've been to a few of them, correct? At least.
Yeah. But I mean, is there a specific one we have to find?
Depending upon where they sent you. Have any been, like, any castles or any very, I guess not rich, but
Well, yeah, the castle, that
Well,
was mine. That was mine, but I mean, that wasn't in the past, it was just in a different place. I guess we can use the same portal and go to the past version of that one, maybe? Wait, I guess if it was in the past, it should be in their future, right? So we can just get it when it's in there in the future?
perhaps, if we can find the place.
Okay, so castle. Yeah, I know of a castle.
Owen's gonna shrug because mine was fairly neutral. Just an icy area. Not much going on.
Was neutral?
It was a wild area. It wasn't wealthy. It wasn't run down.
Oh,
It's
your
neutral.
area. Oh, your area. Okay, we didn't see that.
So you can recall that the greed and charity one was the one where you guys found the first shard of Neve when you guys were fighting Anar's demon.
Was a castle there? We were in a
Oh.
No, he's saying that there wasn't a castle. It was just
Well,
a ice tavern.
It was an ice
Tavern,
castle,
but
yeah.
tavern, yeah.
It was in Gorin.
It was Vise. I said that she said it was a castle there. She was talking about even getting her own castle.
For Cloud.
Yeah, that was the pride thing, though.
Yeah, the pride one. That's what I said, the pride one. But it wasn't in the past. It was in our time, just in a different place.
Yeah.
Saying
Like-
maybe it's still there, even in the present.
Best thing to do is to check.
Yeah, we can check. And if not, I guess we can try to go back further somehow with the portal.
I mean, the portals are supposed to take us when we need them. So
That's what we need to see instead. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it'll take us somewhere. So what is it? What is it? The thing we're looking for? What is it like? Is it bigger than a bread box? It's like what are we talking here? It's a stick. It's a,
And she points at the. You have it on your wrist, the scale
okay, scale.
on your bracelet.
What about it?
Yeah. So she mentions it will seal the collection cup and take the place of your trial.
It will seal the collection cup. What?
So go ahead.
I think what she means is like we're all gonna have to spin the cup and then seal it to like send it off for testing. You know.
Yeah. So we need to find a cup. I'm asking like, what is it?
It's just the spot that's going to fill it. So if you look at the scale, it's going to have like a indentation that has like a small gap where you guys have been spitting. So that spot's going to seal that part. So you don't have to put anything in it. So it's preventing you from, or preventing it from acquiring anything because it's been covered.
Okay. So we need to find a
But you'll still be
small,
tested.
find a small disc thing. Is it gold like the
So
skull or
it's
something?
like I would say, let's see, like a nail, but it's a lot bigger than an actual nail. So yeah, something along those lines. Something with a flat head. It has a little indentation in it, and yeah, it just looks like something that will fit into the proper spot. It's like a draw it a bit. So. So there's a collection piece right here, and it'll fill in this spot.
Okay.
Alright, so yeah. She says finding that will be the only way to bypass going through the trials.
Like a little nail thing. Okay. So sure, let's I guess you want to head out and do this today?
Sure, we probably need to get Dia though.
I guess.
Also, I'm not really looking forward to be back in the sewers again.
Yes, the sewers were fairly disgusting, but I've only needed to go down there once.
Lucky you.
Unlucky me. It would have been much more beneficial to get this over. But apparently I've been lied to the entire time I've been searching.
Oh yeah,
What?
the Crown were probably just trying to use you.
Alright. So I've been
Did they
acting
tell you?
awkward. It's something I can't hide. It's just when I've been wronged on my face and my emotions and everything kind of gives a tell. I'm not that great at love. But I can still part myself from them if necessary.
So you're a terrible liar? Well, that's a good thing.
Yes. There's no purpose in lying, really. A man of action is better off
Oh.
just doing what needs to be done.
Well, I don't know how well you and me are gonna get along when you kind of shoot some like finger guns, but I'll try not
If you need to lie, then sure, have at it. It is a very effective deception mechanic, but if you need to, just don't expect me to.
I'm just saying, like, the majority of my life has been a lie, so.
Well, what about you, Mr. Reporter? Oftentimes your kind is prone to lie to get a sale.
You think I sell stuff?
You do make money from your business, correct?
Yeah, I get paid to write stories, but that's a little bit. There's a few steps disconnected between that and newspaper sales.
So don't you fabricate the storyline or the headline to increase purchase?
Oh, it depends on what the editor says is the headline, but I did actually get a story on the front page recently, so that was nice. Lies can be useful, but I never really got the hang of them personally, if that's what you're interested in.
Yes. I understand. So if you're a noble, respectful reporter of sorts, then I wouldn't mind being around you.
But while I'm talking, will I have time to grab a poncho? I don't really like the idea of getting, well, sewage everywhere.
It shouldn't be that bad. We can just go down exactly where we need to go. Because before we had to look for the thing, but now we know where it is, so we can just go down directly where it is.
She says that, but her clothes clean themselves.
Okay, so I should grab a poncho while I'm doing a grocery run, I guess. Does anybody need some nose clips?
They won't help.
What?
They won't? Oh no. Might as well try then. Well, yeah, I'll probably be doing a grocery run at some point between the sewers and this meeting, so I just got a grocery list. Ponchos, breath mints. Is there literally anything else anyone can think of to help with this?
What do you call them? Galoshes?
Lozenge? Sure,
A
a
lozenge.
lozenge. That's a stronger breath mint. Yeah, lozenge. Okay. Like, Dristle, I know you have a lot of stuff in your coat. Do you have a poncho in your coat?
I have some. Yes, I do have something of that nature. Water resistant robes. Basically, like Red Riding raincoats, but black
Aw.
instead of red.
Okay.
So this is our wrath. Did you read them? Knowing that most of them have knowing that most of them have been on the more aggressive side. What's kept you so tame?
Sorry, I think I was
Oh, go ahead.
okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was confused because it wasn't directed at me, so now this makes perfect sense. Okay, please continue. Sorry.
I've come to learn that we tend to go to our sin, but we don't have to. It does not define me, so I'm not going to let it.
Interesting.
So, you do not like to lie, right? How did you come to that distance?
You don't do what you're bad at. Easy as that.
They've got a good point. That's a solid point.
Not even lies of admission?
Explain that.
Given the context of what you are asked, you are technically telling the truth, but leaving out details that is relevant to what is being asked, but not was explicitly, I guess.
Where's the line in that?
Yeah, if like your friend robs a bank and then the cop said, "Did you rob a bank?" and you're like, "No." Did you see who robbed the bank? You're like, "No." Like, okay, you didn't see who robbed the bank, but you technically know who robbed the bank. You're not telling them though.
Right. If the answer is not,
I don't
if the
really
question
think
is
that's a
not
lie.
extra,
Yeah. I don't really think it's a lie either. Yeah. It's not. You're
since it's
just
been
not.
burned, add something.
You're just not giving them what they want.
Correct. No, I can read a lie very easily, but as for the lie myself, I haven't learned that skill.
Hmm.
So I guess we leave this one to go shopping. We find our castle.
Yeah, what do you have her researching anyway? I mean, the other issue was solved.
I'm leaving that as a surprise.
Okay, sure. I mean, I can't be upset about surprises, I guess.
It might help you too. Who knows?
Help me. Why? Now I'm more confused than I am excited.
Oh well. Deal with it. So yeah.
I look at Undyne like, is there something wrong with me?
Oh no, of course not. But I'm a little worried too now. Like, what is it that that Dio needs to research, and why haven't we all been working on it?
It's not super important.
Okay.
It's to help Icky get a life. Don't worry about it.
I think she wants you to get a life. Not sure.
Want me to get a lie? Like
Life.
what? Life. Oh,
Life.
Eden leaves. I've got like several of those. What are you talking about?
It's a joke, but technically true. Like a baby's life. Again. I was like, yeah, don't worry about it. You'll be fine. Let's go do the store shit so we can. Let's get through the store so we can go find the castle and hang out at the castle.
Okay. As we're like leaving, did anyone else have like really terrible nightmares during that red moon? Just me.
No, I had a lot of fun.
Would Dressel
No.
have any nightmares?
No,
It's up to you.
Okay. Dressel just turns to Lauren.
Do you want to sit on my shoulder as we walk, so you don't have to walk in the sewers?
You trying to keep me clean? I wouldn't mind it. That sounds pretty fun.
Well, any excuse to get close to you. He takes her by the hand and... Oh, God. What is going on? There we go.
Down there.
What are you
That's just-
talking about?
Health bar. I'm gonna grab him.
A health bar.
Lord.
Oh, that's probably Bruno. Or the giant deer.
I don't get it.
Yeah, probably from the, Yep.
I banish you to the underworlds.
Ooh. I just imagine like Pokemon. I mean, they're literally balls you throw out and you get something.
The little fuzzballs.
So I guess you guys gotta go to the library. Try to get your buddy Giro. So, two. So, are you the audio? Just imagine a chair being there, just saying. Orphan does a typical finger over the mouth, keep it quiet situation.
As she was the vibe was like, ah.
Where's Homeboy? Do I have him on paste? I do. He's big, way big. Yeah, so Dio's reading a book, minding your business.
Hey, deal.
Hey,
Yeah, so we're gonna go to the sewers. We're gonna go back in time to a castle or to another dimension area. I don't know what we're doing, but we need to go find a piece for the scales so we can freeze our stuff in place so we can, do the thing we need to do.
oh, okay. Do you know the castle?
I think it's the one that I went to for my little time travel thingy. Who knows? I don't
Gotcha.
remember us having any other castle, so
Cool. Hey, yeah, that should work. I have some bad news though.
what's up?
I was unable to find out what you were looking for at the moment. There's more to look through, but it's just
Yeah. That's why I started you early on. I just it might take a while. It's fine.
okay. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. So yeah, ready to go.
Yeah. Let me just clean up this mess I made. I don't want to be gone for too long and have Orphan have to clean it up.
Okay.
Chief kind of floats around the room for a bit, placing books back in their order.
Icky kind of.
She looks at Corin and kind of awkwardly just looks at him a bit. He just smirks and waits on the outside the door.
Icky would have like a little unseen servant thing, oozling, kind of help out. But this time, whenever they kind of spawn it, it kind of looks like old Icky,
Uncle.
and it starts putting away books.
OG Icky.
Oh, gee, Icky, yeah. Oh, that's nifty. Also a little unsettling.
I'm ready.
All right, whenever it's done, it just kind of undulates and just kind of disappears.
Just gone.
Yeah, basically. It's just like, don't know how I feel about that. And kind of walks away.
Mentally, Driscoll asks,
Is there anything we should look out for?
She kind of like nervously looks down. No, I don't think there's much to worry about. How was he?
Cordial. But I'm still not convinced.
He can be pretty forceful at times. But I'm not sure if it was just his lack of patience or him being part of the crew that he was with. It's nothing. Let's go.
If it's bothering you so much, I would not discount your feelings so quickly.
So you guys would go to. So being young, gee, there's a lot of we're doing. We have Don, we have, and we have Dio, Icky, and is that everybody? Oh no, I didn't. Doop. So you guys all decide to meet at a certain entrance. It's all 8 of you, and as do. Which one do you go to?
Whichever one leads us to the Pride one, the closest one to it.
So going underground, I guess near the Gluttony one, and then traveling to the Pride.
This is another way down, close to it.
Those one probably be right around there. You don't see much traffic because that area has been like deemed useless for them. So. So you reach the gate, or I guess the wall. Do you remember the solution to the puzzle?
He's walking like you own the place.
So going in, and you guys return to the underground sewers.
Okay, when Icky typed poop, is that Nick pooping or is that
No, Driscoll asked Dio, "Is there anything I should watch out for?" And we're going
Okay.
into the sewers.
poop? By the way, did anybody take up Eden on the offer of a lozenge, nose plugs, and a poncho? Because he got 8, even though he knows Driscoll has his own.
But like that doesn't look hot. I'm not gonna wear that.
Yeah, you just
Well,
have
I
to
mean, maybe Undyne if you want.
Okay, yeah. He got like 24 lozenges, so he just like splits them evenly between everybody, and then they're just 3 over-prepared people, and then the other people that are just very comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Very comfortable is a very scant choice of words.
I don't know. It looked like they should be in a sewer, I guess. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Damn.
Like,
If anything does get on Vi at all, she immediately stops and cleans herself off. So it's the exact opposite of that.
very much not comfortable in a sewer.
Yeah.
But managing. Okay.
Every so many like steps, you gotta like press the station the boots or something. As we're walking, Vi's like, "Oh yes, we're already new people. There's a swirling portal thingy. We run into it. We get teleported to another time and place. Sometimes both, sometimes one, sometimes the other. No one has died yet by doing it, but good luck."
I'm a little worried about Eden.
Oh, this is all very fun.
Let's say maybe you won't work because you're not a sin, but we've already had a Nard do it, so.
Mm-hmm.
But she was a full horseman. I don't know if that. I mean, maybe she wasn't a full horseman, but yeah.
Maybe,
It'll probably be okay.
Yeah, if anything, it probably it wouldn't work for her.
All right. So as you guys get to the portal room, you realize it's just 4 of you that are there.
Where the fuck are they at?
We lost our way. So this is like one path. We went to the same complex like 12 times. It feels like by now.
Should I go back or?
They'll catch up.
So just so, are you like keeping an eye on Dio to make sure everything's okay? So you see Corin actually getting pretty close and trying to talk to her.
Punches Dio and runs. It's like what? Dick.
Yeah. Are you trying to eavesdrop or?
Well,
Because he's whispering to her.
he'll just kind of mentally say if she wants to pick it up, because it's clear that he paused as soon as they were a distance away.
Hmm.
That
If you need any help, I'm right. Eh? If you need any help, Lauren and I are right here.
Cheeks still down.
She'll look in your direction.
This is how creepy uncle vibe things happen.
like
Yeah.
he's letting Dio try to handle this situation, but if he trusts her judgment,
SOS.
SOS.
Yeah, so he gestures. He actually gestures towards you, towards the, I guess, direction everybody else went, and Dio finally starts moving again.
By after she said that, she's like, "Oh, what the hell? I guess we can go find them. Maybe just to stop to have a picnic or something." What you guys doing?
Not taking in the atmosphere.
When Vi sees them, like, what does Dio look like?
She kind of just like looking nonchalant, but Corin's still looking at her and whispering to her.
He just looks over like, "What? You guys friends now or something?"
I'm making amends as best as.
Okay.
Corn's making amends by swimming in poop.
Vi looks at Dio. It's like, if he tries anything, just let me know. I'll punch him in the face.
Are you sure you're not Wrath?
I also get lust a lot. Just that awesome. All of them, I guess.
I'd say that's nothing to be prideful of, but that is your sin.
A better wrath than you? I don't know.
So who's all going in?
I was like, yeah, I guess I'll go first.
Icky looks at Undyne and goes, together. And they both jump in.
That's how you fuse together.
Couldn't
Alright.
Icky just do that normally though? Just like, no, you're wearing me now. Strong.
I mean, I could just make myself into like clothes. It's like, okay, here you go. Wear the clothes.
Oh, a tampon. Now we wait.
Okay,
Gross.
Peter.
What it was?
I thought that was.
Yeah.
Oh no, Quagmire turned into the condom.
Yeah, he's like, oh, alright.
Yeah.
And he pulls out the gay dude. He's like, oh, no.
Yeah,
Well,
I think that was the reincarnation thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but the Wonder Twins, Peter was the tampon. Driscoll just looks if the two are intentionally stopping again.
Getting cold feet?
So Corin's just going to gesture for you to shoo.
He looks to Dio.
Throwing salt in my game.
So he's gonna step in front of Dio's face. You can look at her.
He mentally asks if Dio needs help.
She just mentions no.
Icky and Undyne come out. Are you guys coming or what?
Apparently they want to have a moment.
Oh, okay, let them have a moment. Just God, if I interrupted you guys on your date, you'd be like, "Get the fuck out of here!" Just, he's trying to say sorry. If we ask him if he had any ill intentions and he lies to us, well, no. Then you can both punch him in the face. Is that going to be a problem?
He just kind of looks at I just with like just kind of with not disdain, but this ain't really a time for joking.
Yeah, he's not joking.
I'm getting very dad on the night of prom vibes from Driscoll right
That's
now.
100% what it is.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
With the person that has made her feel uncomfortable on multiple occasions.
I'm not saying it wasn't justified. If anything, like, dad on the night of prom, upset for justifiable reasons. Just,
It's like
not exactly your place to deal with all of the problems.
it's more like dad that this random dude kept making moves on your daughter, and your daughter was like, "No, thank you," and he's kept trying, and he's just like,
I mean, she wanted to leave the city because she would be the only one left alone with him in that city when we were going down south. Given that kind of context, of course he is going to be concerned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I wasn't trying to say it wasn't for justifiable reasons.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say it's like a overprotective father or anything. It's like,
yeah, Vide's thinking.
you sure you can trust this creep?
Yeah, the creep tells me anything, just let me know, and I'll punch him. Yeah.
It's like, look, and just he forms a little ooze, and it mildly resembles like female Icky, and then it just kind of like saunters away, and after a while, it like you can't see it anymore, and it'll hide here in the corner.
Schlomp.
There, someone's watching them now. Come on.
Everyone else jumps in and just like, well, I guess I know whether or not I jump off the bridge. And jumps in the portal.
Cool. So yeah, when you guys get into it this time, you can enter. They'll kind of remember most of your faces. Like, it's you again.
Right, we're in the same time.
Yeah, so it's just more of a traversing of, I guess, space versus time this time. So
Yeah, I was making sure we didn't go back in time or something, just because
mhm.
if they remember us, that means we're in the same place. Because if it was back in time, they would remember. Yeah, they would have met us yet.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I was like, yeah, we came looking for something. Apparently, it's supposed to be here.
So are you speaking to who?
We're talking to us.
The guards.
Yeah, talking to the guards. And
So it's like you're looking for what?
Maybe Cloud has answered. Let's
Yeah.
talk to
We
Cloud.
need to talk to your boss or whatever.
Ooh, is Greg there?
Great, is the one that you got into the description.
It wasn't Greg. I thought it was Daryl that was the one who started some shit and ended up getting his ass kicked.
Oh,
he's
was
on
it
with the
Daryl?
name.
Because
He has
he's
a
the one
name.
who's named.
Yeah.
I sorry, I can. No, Greg was the other, was the guard in the sewer that Driscoll gave the lunch to. My bad.
Hmm.
All right.
So you guys go walk in. It's
Hey,
like,
what's up? How you doing? Hey, hi. Walks by Greg. Like,
this time there's no feast on the table. It's just like basic meals in front of the two.
whatever. We're like, I was like, oh hey, Daryl. Like, cry about anything lately?
Leave him alone. Grab the voice of different. Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Hi.
This is Lauren on the ground and walks in.
Like to turn the chair around, sit on it type style thing. Like I live here now or something.
It's a very high face, so you maybe just like.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's like, "What brings you all back?"
We're
Yeah,
looking
Vinny's
for
gonna
something for the scale.
something for this. Oh, your scale. You break it?
No. Something's supposed to be here. Like some kind of pin. Like we're gonna we don't like all our sins are all equal right now, so we don't want to do the trials in case it fucks things up. So we're just gonna like spit in it and like put the pin in. And apparently our guide said it's in a castle that we've been to like this, and you're the one with the castle, so we assume it's here somewhere. But maybe you haven't used it because you had to do the trial. So
He looks at Vinny. They spit. That's genius.
what
We didn't.
What?
What are you
Yeah, we
doing,
didn't
blood?
spit.
you do?
No, we didn't do blood either. We thought that was weird and too typical or too expected.
What'd you do? Hair?
Yeah, he kind of looks at his forearm like, I plucked a few hairs to test a few times. So
Gotta spit
slightly
in it.
painful, but
Just get a really sharp knife. I mean,
it was so much easier. I'm surprised it worked. So, if your scales aren't broken, you guys are even already. Oh damn, you're pretty much done. But it's gonna suck going through the trials trying to stay the same.
That's why I said that what we're doing here is we're trying to not have to do the trial. So our guide told us that somewhere in this castle is a thing to allow us to not have to do the trial. It's like a pin or something, like a little
it would maybe like
a nail,
some kind of bolt,
like a stopper.
but really big.
It did seem like there was something missing from the scale, but we don't have access to that. I'll give you a second.
If I would like pull out the scale and like kind of like show like where it would go, like yes, we need to find something that this big looks like this.
When you place the scale on the table, he kind of looks at it, and Vinny and Cloud both frown like, our scale doesn't look like.
Oh, that's weird.
So he pulls out
Is
one,
it?
and
I was like cooler, I bet.
theirs is black.
I guess yours is ours gold.
Yeah.
Like, the black one does look a little cooler, but gold is a little bit more valuable.
I'm pretty sure.
Believe this may be relevant
The
to-
horseman.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Although it's interesting that gold is the representation of war. I mean, is yours the representation of death? Who's your horseman?
Yes, it was death.
Okay, well, I guess that checks out.
Need to find a gold one here somewhere. Got any gold stopper things? Gold bat plug somewhere?
Not that I can think of. Vinny, anything in the books? So she starts scrolling through some Trials of the Wise books, skimming through.
Just Control F
Yeah.
gold.
Don't remember it.
And all my times reading multiple versions of the Trials of the Wise, none of this has ever come up about people skipping the trials.
So she points out something like there was once an artifact, but one of the groups decided to destroy them, saying that it was detrimental. Look here, and she kind of slides across the table.
It was what? It was what? What's wrong with it?
It was dangerous because it can prevent someone while going through the trial from completing it.
Oh, okay.
Sabotage was a potential, so destroyed them.
Gotcha. You may have destroyed yours then, but not ours.
Or maybe ours is destroyed and not someone else's. So maybe the reason why we had to go somewhere else is because. So maybe
But yeah,
yours
so
is.
So Vai's like, is this our book or who are you reading this from? Who wrote this? Someone from your area?
Well, this is our book, one of our books.
So this should be talking about yours or whatever, right?
I mean, all the Trials of the Wild books are the same.
Oh, okay. I thought yours was like different because it's yours.
No. So you kind of look at the cover. The cover is kind of decorated differently, but it has the same text and details.
So why would... I guess we gotta consult the guide. Poke on that.
Okay. Right. She said that's the reason why we need to go into the past.
Oh, the past. Okay. So we need to go... Then how do we ask that? How do we make this thing go back in time then?
We can't control the past.
So we can always revisit the ones that. Wait,
Do we have to just go into the past and then like travel all the way over here?
correct me if I'm wrong, Dristle. When we went to go visit Ian in the past, wasn't there something like binding him?
That's really far in the past.
They
It
didn't
was-
say how far in the past. They just said in the past.
It's a castle.
I'm talking about what was on that kid's neck.
Oh, I don't know what's on the neck.
You're talking about the inn's assistant?
Yeah.
He had a key around his neck, if I recall.
Just unlock the locks, right?
I mean,
Yes, he had a key. I had one too from the future.
Oh, it's a good question. In the book, does it say when they destroyed it? And where?
Let's see. 400 years ago.
Okay, it's 400 years ago. So we have to go to a time that was 400 years ago. So Yin was he was over 400 years, right? He was a lot of years.
It was
600.
between four. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I recall you saying it was between 400 and 600 years. So if we're establishing 600 years,
so that leaves gluttony and wrath.
no, gluttony was 3,000 years ago.
That's still within. That's still before it was destroyed.
Yeah, but we should do it when the castle's still here.
Oh, I thought you were saying.
So I mean that place could have been a castle to them. Just a
No,
crude
no, no,
castle.
no. I mean, we need to find a portal that was at least 400 to like 410 years ago, and then we go there, and then we travel from that portal to here, this castle, 400 years ago. And then we stop them from breaking it. We take it
I
from
mean,
them.
we couldn't leave the area once
Couldn't?
no
Oh, we did. I thought you guys walked around and stuff.
no.
Hmm.
It's something Dristle wanted to do. And this is above game, but he couldn't.
I did it with the brothel. I did do it with the brothel, didn't I? Didn't I like run all the way back to the portal? I did. I ran all the way back to the portal to see if the portal was there, and it wasn't there, which means we were in a different time. Yeah. And I thought you went to like the town over there or whatever. I don't remember.
There was a certain distance you guys could travel, but it wasn't major.
Okay. Okay, so I guess we can't do that. So we have to neither. Does any of the books say anything about changing the portals to take us places where we need to go?
Portals are meant for whatever group finds them.
I mean, we found them again.
I mean,
That-
finding another set of portals.
Oh, another set of portals.
Is that what you're asking me, man?
Well, no, I was saying, is there a way to change where the portal takes us?
No. It's set by fate.
What do you mean by fate? Like it's gonna be this, no matter what, the same, or is it gonna eventually change to something we need to go?
It's meant to be.
I mean,
This-
neither it can't be changed, or the thing we need is here and now.
Hmm. I'm not sure if you're saying that it's here, as in this castle.
Yeah, like it's
Yeah,
here.
I mean, you for sure you know it's here. How do you know it's here?
The portal took us here.
The portal took us here last time.
That's what I'm asking. Is it set here forever, or is it can it change to where we need to go?
Your portal for us is set here. It's been 20 minutes and you guys have come back.
Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense. Then why wouldn't we come back at the same exact time then if it was the same portal? Okay, so yeah, it's been a while. So I guess we just come back from the last point we left off. It was only 20 minutes. That doesn't make any sense. It should be like a second. I don't know. I'm still don't get how these portals work. So they don't change, or if they do change, if they do change to a place where we need to go, then it should be here. If it doesn't change, then yeah, I don't know how to do it then.
So why don't we go to another portal?
Guess, but I mean, so the idea is there could be one for each scale, so if someone else could have one for another scale, then why did the guy tell us to find a castle?
The guide said it was in a castle, but I mean,
Do we remember any other castles that we can actually get to?
So, Lon's gonna shrug. Like, did we go to all of them?
we didn't. I mean, one of them was some kind of icy forge, and I don't remember which one that was. I think that was the priest one. The greed
Great.
was the first
Yeah.
one. So that could be in a castle, somewhere in a castle. We don't know if it is a castle or not, but
It sounds like a dungeon.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah. Well, it
Maybe
didn't seem
cabin.
like a dungeon. It seemed more like a forge, if anything. So maybe that little thing is more like a chisel. Maybe it's it could be there. If Ulg's place then is considered a temple or a castle where they're from, then that's also an option because that's within past the 400 mark. Mine is out of the question because mine was only 5 years time difference. So that leaves Wrath, which was also 400 to 600, which is a stretch, but that was not a real castle unless.
Did we see a castle anywhere in the Wrath one?
No.
But
So above and below, there was supposed to be.
Eclipse.
I'm trying to remember. Was it Vespa? Was it
Eclipse.
Vespa? Eclipse.
Which he might consider that his realm, his domain, his castle, in some weird sense. So
Like, yeah, well, we'll just keep looking. Don't want to keep bothering you. Thanks for the help and all, but we might be back.
Should we prepare food for you?
No, we're good. It's been like months since we've seen you guys, but 20 minutes, whatever.
Oh wow.
That's why I thought Daryl was still crying about something else.
Yeah, I think Dristlewiv came here pre-growth spurt.
Oh, they're like, yeah, you're a growing boy. Seems that meal did you well. Yeah. So Clouds is gonna nod like, if you ever needed more any guidance, just come on back. Maybe we can do some good for you.
Yeah. Hang out, whatnot. At the castle.
Yeah.
Might need to get one still.
I recommend it. It's a very cozy place.
Yeah.
The table is very, very effective for a large group gathering.
Well, I guess we'll see you 20 minutes, no matter when we come back, so.
Right. See you soon, friends.
Right. Guess we go back through the sewer, try to find the next place. What was it again? Greed?
The ice place? Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so.
So when you guys pop back, you're in the sewers.
We go back to Greed's, and Vi does not remember how to do this one. I don't remember what it was.
So seems our friends are back.
I
Were you
believe you
successful
could
in finding
put
it?
money in there. No.
Successful or no?
What did you say?
Were we successful in finding what we needed?
nope.
Yeah.
Riley was destroyed in that time, and we need to go back 400 years. Still find a castle, so we only know potentially one other place it would be. We don't know if it's even a castle or not. Or what time it is.
Do you know about anything? Did you even go into your little portal there, Corn?
Yes, I went in, and it was just an icy cavern.
We had an icy cavern too. Is this where we're going?
Yes, that's the one for Pride, correct? Not for pride, for greed.
Yeah, for greed.
Yeah.
Yes, that was mine, and it was just nice to give.
We're gonna try that one.
Okay. Why, if it needs to be in a castle?
It could be like a dungeon or something.
Wait,
Okay.
correct me if I'm wrong, Dan. Wasn't there a portal that wasn't active?
Yes.
It was sloths, right?
Yes.
Guess we're gonna try hers.
Try taking her and seeing if she kind of spurs something or starts something. Maybe that now that she's. I don't mean to talk about you as if you're not here. I just mean just in speaking out loud, anyways. Maybe accepting what you are has now kind of opened things for you. But well,
I never went to my area.
yeah, we didn't either. There was no
So,
portal like that.
Corin's like, I tried to convince her to refused. I may have been forceful, and that's why I was apologizing. But it's necessary for all of our survival. So, are you now willing? Dia's gonna look at herself, start filling her thumbs. Yes, I believe I'll do it. It's for the best of us, right?
Don't get me wrong, and other people could take this any way they want, but fuck everyone else. I mean, if you're gonna do something, make sure you're doing it for you. I mean, uh, I'm sure all of us have our own motives and reasons to be here, and doing something because you feel obligated isn't really what I want you. How I think you should be going about it.
This feels right, though. I'm okay with this.
Yeah, either way, I'll be fine.
Before
I'll do my trial, no problem.
it felt
You.
It felt as if that we were, or I was being forced into something that wouldn't benefit anyone but Corin. I mean, I've been the best salesman, I admit that. But it was panic on my end. I was getting agitated after being under the gritty rule for so long, but pardon my forwardness. We should go.
Okay. So are we going to sloths first, then instead of uh, greeds?
Yeah, I might as well try sloth since we don't know what it is, and greed can, yeah.
He goes, I'm pretty sure that's not a dungeon. Dungeons have bars and other things to keep people in place.
Forge or something, right?
Or just could be anywhere. Ask the forge master himself. Gestures at Driscoll. Is your forge in the castle, sir?
It just could be in a castle. I mean, it might be a special forge. It had like ruins and stuff on it. Either way, we'll try Dio's, because Dio probably should go see that anyway, just in case there's something there she needs to see.
I don't think she's read her book yet.
Oh,
Pretty sure a specialist wouldn't belong to a castle. Especially if there's ruins.
I don't
It's
know.
better to do if it's not there, so we might as well check it. Not, we're
Sure.
in Dio's.
You there, reporter. Are you taking notes on all of this?
The last thing I wrote down was trick to castle portal is act like you own the place. Before that, it was check portal, and before that, it was plans to spin the bottle. Honestly, I'm very lost about most of what's going on, but it seems like everyone else knows what's going on, so I'm along for the ride until anything's needed, I guess. Do you need a lozenge?
No, I'm fine, but I recommend asking questions. That's what reporters do. You don't seem to be doing your job.
Well, the only problem with that is I think Vi warned me about some stuff not being supposed to be reported on. So I'm not entirely sure how much of this is supposed to be asked about.
I'm sure it's more like the world-ending part of things.
Yeah, so how much of this is world ending and how much of this is just weird? Because I can't tell the difference.
It's mostly weird. I don't think a lot of this is world-ending at the moment. This is more so like the interviews for the job that you're about to get that you're not really sure about, and you're just still kind of learning the ropes. The main issue is the horseman, and that's the more world-ending part of things. But once again, if we're successful, then it won't be that thing, and people can honestly probably go without knowing that this ever happened. But there is a place for remembering knowledge, because if the people after us, if this cycle doesn't just end, have to figure this shit out, then it seems like it's much harder than it had to have been.
Yeah, keep track of everything until we save the day and save the world, and then once it's all done, then you can report about it, how we saved the world and stuff.
Yeah, make a book, sell it for millions, and live your life a cozy life.
Yeah. Okay. I guess I'll try to do better then.
I mean, what are you confused on?
I don't know.
Okay, well, we got time, so here, let me fill you in. So I guess
Yeah,
while we
okay.
walk to the other place, I'll go through the trouble of recounting all that we know and what's going on.
There's sins. Sins act as an aspect of a horseman, and then the horseman that you guys are is the horseman of war. And you need to be balanced to sate the horseman or something. I'm definitely iffy on.
It's more like it sets its intentions for things. If it's too bad, it does bad things. If it's too good, it does good things. But too good things are actually bad. You know what I'm saying?
Too much of a good thing.
Yeah, too much of a good thing. Yeah.
Mm.
So a balance has to be struck. There may be an evil that arises that the horseman then must deal with. So that's really, the horseman arises to put down said darkness or evil, and then with our powers combined, we're Captain Planet.
I am not. I am not down for a mullet.
You could pull it off.
I mean, you're already hair short up top, and then just need to grow out some length. You got party in the back. There you go. See.
Yeah.
You can literally change your hair length at will.
He kind of gives you the death glare, shut up.
Wait, does that mean that you could? So I take it you can change your face then, based on how you don't look the same anymore, or is this like a disguise kit thing?
To put it simply, I come from a race that has the ability to change into other people. We don't like giving ourselves out like that because most people don't understand. And up until recently, my true form wasn't the most sightly. But as you can see, they kind of gesture to themselves. That's changed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, not the strangest thing I've seen here. But does that mean that you could look like Dristle with a mullet then?
I kind of look at everyone, and just sigh. It goes against my principles, and then I turn into Tristal with the mullet. Only the face, not the size of it, just the face. But I keep it human. I don't include the snake lines or nothing.
So the first reaction is Lauren just kind of like gross face, like, oh, ew. And she covers her mouth like, oh, I'm so sorry, babe.
It is
Oh fuck.
uncanny. Like I imagine it's like the size of Bristol's head on this tiny body.
Goblin.
Yeah, just like God.
Yeah, see, it doesn't look too bad.
I mean, Driscoll is pretty good looking, but it's just the eeriness of it being on the body that. Actually, I don't know if because
It
of
would have been
the.
proportional to Iggy's
Oh.
current size.
Okay,
So
I
the
thought it
only
was like
the uncanny thing is the fact that there's a mullet there.
I know mullets. I know I don't look like a mullet as he turns to Lauren.
What about blonde though? And then
Yeah,
turns their hair
don't
blonde.
Give him frosted tips.
like,
Do I look
just
like I'm
don't-
going to Flavor Town?
that's a bad idea.
Undyne's like, well, I want to go to Flavor Town. Let's go.
Right? That sounds delicious. Can we go there, please? Where is it? Is it far? I'll carry you.
No, Flavor Town is off limits. There's only one occupant of Flavor Town, and that's the mayor of Flavor, and he's just some guy. Okay.
He sounds very selfish.
I heard
How can
Joshua talking about him.
Mm,
How can a
I want
town only
flavor.
have one person and then they're the mayor?
Well, they make the rules.
I mean, it's easy. Who are they going to run against? Who's going to deny them?
I don't know.
Democracy at its finest, don't you think?
But I could run it better.
I bet you could.
I love this.
So he changes their face back. It's like it's like I said, it's against my principles to turn into people that are alive because it's kind of weird in that sense that they look at themselves and it's just like I don't know. People freak out and don't tend to ask questions. They just tend to lash out and freak out. So
Okay, I guess.
oh, I was telling that to Eden.
Yeah, that seems like a good rule. I mean, it also helps with what would that be? Continuity, I guess. Like if somebody talks to somebody, then goes into the other room and sees them, that would be really weird. So you could probably be found out a lot easier if you didn't have that rule.
Yeah. So I had to come clean then. Remember when we went to go get that thing for Vi?
Yeah, Red's present.
Yeah. I was Iroh, and I was Dio. Like I said, then it made me feel gross because I was imitating someone who was
And Dio's
alive.
been
but-
dead the whole time.
He's just Dio's.
Yeah,
So-
and
so-
just like eye flicks over to Dio, like, "You're dead? What? Huh?"
She started checking herself out, like, wait, what happened? What? Like,
And then Icky
Don't
says
scare.
the "not dead." I felt icky. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and the realization she just turns into a puddle of goo and Icky reabsorbs her.
And then it just goes down to Dristle, then Lauren, then Undyne. Like, just
I have
goes in
been
a line.
everyone and everything. All that's left is I.
Ah!
Like the last person the last person that deconstructs is I's mother. I am my mother.
God.
I hate myself so
My own
much.
grandpa.
I'm my own grandpa.
Cute.
And I look at it. This stays out of the paper. I don't want to see articles about it. I'll fucking come and kill you, okay?
I figured, yeah.
I'm doing this because I low key I'm just getting tired of hiding myself. Like I was really comfortable until you showed up because it meant I could just be who I am. But then you two showed up, and now I've got to be all self conscious about it, and I fucking hate it. I'd much rather be living in the light than hiding in the shadows. I've done that far too long.
Yeah. Ægis' true form is real ugly.
No, Vi, you don't understand. This is that form, and then they hold up the eye, their hand, and you see like an eye kind of blink, and just like
Oh, it looks better.
yeah. Like I said, me and Unda had a really weird dream during the night of the wedding, and a lot of things have changed since then.
Ren, please stop talking negatively about my baby. I would appreciate it.
I said it looked better.
Called her ugly. I called him ugly.
It was.
It was. It's fine.
Alright. I won't say anything.
But
But as far as like white blobbish things go, I mean, he might have been attractive. I'm not attracted to white blobbish things.
You don't know the truth or a true eye.
Yeah, we're not talking about what he is like on the inside. We're talking about what he was on the outside.
I don't want to talk about it anymore. Let's go.
Uh-huh.
yeah, so that form, I've been trying to take it back again, and this is it. This is what happens.
If we kill you, you turn into this now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm not really hiding right now.
Yeah, just don't give anyone high fives or anything. Shake their hands, I guess. Poked in the eye.
I've shake Eden's hand.
You get poked in the eye.
I mean, it has also got some other weird. I don't know if they're benefits or anything. I got mouths everywhere too.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of like their chest kind of opens up a little bit. There's like just the whole like chest cavity is like a giant maw. It's like the arm. There's a hand, like just teeth on it as well. Yeah, I don't know.
It's weird.
Yeah, it's a little unsettling.
So you're like a themed married couple where voices can come from your chest?
So does your chest need to eat?
I haven't tried yet. I've been too afraid to stick something in there.
You haven't been like hungry in other places now, right?
Say what?
You haven't been hungry in other places now, right? Mouth hasn't told you to feed it yet.
Not the mouth.
That's what I'm thinking. Feed me, Seymour.
Feed me, Seymour. No, like I said, just the weird dream.
Okay, well, I guess that trade-off. You're not white blob thing anymore, but now you have to eat even more. I don't know. Whatever. You have fun with your mouths. Maybe you can have some fun with them or something.
It's just like, yeah.
There's a lot of teeth for that.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of teeth for that.
I don't know what you're into.
I don't know. Maybe we might try your whole biting thing. Maybe that.
Yeah. I heard that some dudes like to get their dick bitten.
Lauren left.
Well, like,
No, she's right.
Crystal?
There's a priest in the there's two priests in the house. Do you mind?
Crystal?
No, Ægis technically a priest.
No, like, because
Why did you
Lauren
think I
started
was a
laughing.
priest?
Like, Lauren started laughing, so Vi was like, wait, do you mean Driscoll? Just, you like to get your dick bit?
We haven't done anything like that.
I mean, well, Lauren maybe thinks you do.
I just thought it was funny. It's nothing.
Okay.
I look at
Do
Eden.
you know
This
somebody?
stays out of the newspaper.
Strike it from the
Have you
record.
met
I
anyone
wouldn't
like
even
that,
need to-
Lauren?
The fact that you're a priest, or what? What part would I even report on there?
I'm
Very happy he has he's dumbfounded.
local
Yeah.
business owner likes his dick bit. I don't know. Seems like a pretty catchy. A lot of copies.
Oh,
Yeah.
that crosses something out.
Yeah.
You know, I will not stand for slander.
Is the
Hey, I
slander
crossed it
true?
out.
Well, this is not true.
The last one I remember was Ox likes to suck toes, but you know that's it. Try to get me to suck his toes, but
It's
I
a
ain't doing
perfectly
that.
normal thing, but just
I don't understand how that's normal.
At the very least, Driscoll, I can promise you that I will not commit slander against you. There is also a word quirk about it being technically libel when I do it, but I can promise you that I won't commit slander.
Why did you commit slander with all the juicy stuff you've heard so far?
Because technically it would be libel.
I'm sure Corn is loving his newfound comrades.
Orange is just like just sitting there smirking the entire time, like this is really happening. This is my group.
They're
They're better than
talking
the
about.
crowns.
It is very much more entertaining than
It wouldn't seem like kind of stuck up. But
yes.
yeah. So let's go. So let's figure out how to get the door open. Did we do this already? We did this already, right? Yeah, we did this already.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
I don't remember when it was.
Crystal grabs the book,
Uh-huh.
reads, and he will almost lean against the wall, just put his back to it, but not so much he tumbles down the stairs like
Yeah,
last
be
time.
Be lazy.
Yeah, so you're able to catch yourself before you fall, so yeah. Door swings open. And you guys are back at top. You
Oh, I'm
coast
glad
down.
someone remembered that because I totally forgot that. But
I forgot.
I'm surprised I forgot. The first time it was so funny when you fell down.
Yeah, I actually just like brain farted, forgot they actually have to deal with the sins, and I'm like, oh yeah, they're all easy. Yeah, you just gotta.
Honestly, it just happens so quickly. It's like, okay, you find the door. What do you do? And I said, I grab a book and lie down. Say, okay, make a deck save. Or I think it would have been a little bit funnier if only this temple had a stairwell that went on much longer than the rest.
I'm surprised this one doesn't have like an escalator, like
I was gonna say, we
Right.
don't
a
know
motion
one.
tram thing.
A lift ready to go. There's a boat in the water.
Just Family Guy's falls at the bottom.
Yeah, so remember this one kind of was empty compared to the others. There's not much going on. The rooms are barren. Corin's still kind of close to Dio, surprisingly, but she doesn't seem as
I
off-putting.
a conversation with Corin.
Mm-hmm.
So, are you a man of the cloth, or I mean, obviously you have the power to wed people, but
Yes, I am an actor.
oh, and do you serve a particular god, or is it just?
Are you willing to convert, or is this just you being quizzical?
Yeah. See, I'm already devoted to one, not really by choice, but by circumstance. So I'd be more than happy to listen and hear you out, but yeah, that would spell a lot of bad news for me.
So, I am a very rare priest to say. I am one that agrees with those down south. My allegiance to say isn't really to a god, it's to someone who sacrificed himself for our own sake. Jesus Christ. No, I'm joking.
I was like, is he talking about Jesus Christ? I don't honestly know what the fuck he's talking about.
He mentions the
I
name
was gonna say Piccolo.
True. Yeah, he gets the name Angel. Angel Mateo. Married.
Angel Dust, the porn star?
No. Mateo.
Hmm.
When she passed, she was Mateo. Priorly, she was a Gordon. Leader here.
Oh, I can't say I know your god, but I apologize for my ignorance.
So once you get into the portal room, it's actually active and swirling. As Dio slowly goes toward it.
I look at the books. I don't remember if we gave her book, right? Yeah, we gave her her book already. Yeah.
Yep. So she comes in and she stands before it and sighs heavily like,
It only hurts a little bit.
it's not about the pain. I fear what's on the other side.
Oh, well. There's not really pain on the other side. I mean, there's not really. I don't know what you could fear. I mean, unless you're just fearing fear. But I mean, I don't know if fear is going to be waiting for you on the other side. I'm hoping it's a castle, but
Perhaps.
Oh, are you afraid that it's going to take you back to when, the doctor?
Yes.
That's reasonable. Well, you got friends now, so if it does come to that, we'll just fuck them up. I look at the priest. I look at Corn. Sorry.
No. Fuck him up.
Oh.
Do what's necessary. I was against what was happening, but I had no choice to offer her.
Oh, I just meant because I was swearing. I don't know how. I don't know the tenets of your god. I mean, so I don't. I say sorry, but I don't plan to change. So it's like I'm meeting you in the middle. So, but I mean, if you want, we can go first and wait for you on the other side.
No, I'll do this. And she just kind of goes to it.
About to sign up to be an ordained minister.
Yeah.
Are you really about to go just be an ordained minister?
No, it's super easy.
Yeah, I just looked. I'm on the website now. It's gotta fill this out, and I can do it. It just needs my name. It's like sign up for a video game account or something.
Oh, jeez.
Oh yeah, sanctity of marriage was thrown out well before gay marriage. Like, this has been a massive problem for years.
Apparently,
everyone.
The Rock's an ordained minister. Richard Brandt, Stephen Colbert, Conan O'Brien, Benjamin Cumberbatch. They're all ordained ministers on this website.
Nice.
Right.
Brutal.
Is it a castle? Maybe it is. Could be.
It's a castle. Looks like a castle.
Could
All the
be.
stonework on the walls. Maybe it's.
Are we about to have a combat? I said, "Oh shit, are we about to have a combat?" The stuff that's going on in this room is just like giving me like final boss fight. Yeah, Sephiroth of Genova coming out. You know what I'm saying? Like,
any worse than what Ægis spews from his body?
To be fair, Ægis is not like a pungent red. It's always typically like a translucent gray, or like a yellow color, unless otherwise specified.
Yeah, so you see some growth on the wall. Some things are going pretty nasty. Doesn't smell bad, but things seem to be decaying over time. The walls seem to be awkwardly intact compared to everything else, but there have been some doors and windows that have been blown in. You see some growth from plants and stuff sneaking in as well. But yeah.
Dio is like, "You gonna handle this place, or you want me to do it? What are you doing?"
What do we usually do?
We usually let the person take it, whoever's portal it is, to deal with it because it's yours and your thing. So if you want to do it, you can, but if you don't care, then I'm just gonna let you apart.
Yeah, typically the portals have either some answers that you're looking for or something you need. typically, but that's not always like a black and white answer. It could be like a lesson to learn or an item you need. So, I mean, does this place look familiar to you at all?
No, not at all.
Got on the chair. You look familiar?
Actually, this plant type is known to be extinct.
We're in the past, probably. So. I was like, "Hey, you the old sloth."
So you see somebody slouched in a chair,
Yeah.
or a throne, I should say. So doesn't seem to be responding.
That's probably yeah. Hey, don't mind us. We're just gonna like raid this little area looking for a piece we need.
So the closer you get towards it, you start hearing some heavy breathing, and then the closer you get, start hearing snoring.
Mm-hmm. Okay, he's sleeping.
Is he snoring?
Yeah, he's snoring.
Okay.
Set up rest. Dio can deal with him if he wants. And we'll just look for the piece.
He passes gas. Quick little fart. So over there you see one of the Charles Wise books and some scrolls and whatnot. Maybe a knife or two.
Start digging through his drawers.
It's dusty, cobwebs and whatnot.
What sort of thing is this star thing?
What's that thing? It seems to be portals, but they seem to be deactivated.
Did we come through something like that down here?
It doesn't look like the same design, but yes, it was a portal.
Okay, so different designs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does the warts over here seem to mess with this portal?
That one seems a little worn. Like they have been like scratching at the glyphs on the ground. Due to the growth, but it seems very similar to the one you just saw.
Huh.
Is there any written language that Driscoll could determine where they are?
So look at the language. You do realize that this is near or in Trebella.
So this is in Giant or Dwarvish?
Sure.
Interesting. Would he know rough? Given, can he read it or?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It hasn't changed over too much time.
What?
It hasn't changed much over time. It's still, legible. It's not like distorted or anything.
Yeah, he just wants to know like how far, like if he can tell around how far back, like if it's Shakespearean English, it's about how far we can read that's still legible before it gets into like, okay, what's this?
Mm-hmm.
Even then.
Yeah.
So whatever you find, yeah, it looks like it's. I'm trying to find. Are you asking for a date? Like, when can you date it?
Can you give an estimate of a date given the language used and because language, some words fall out of favor over time.
Not much. You could assume it's. I mean, the language hasn't changed much. I mean, not much that can affect it too much. It's just basic giant or dwarf. Nothing's gonna alter too dramatically. That's gonna give you a direct time limit, a time frame.
Okay.
The structure or the build of the books or the way things are written, and maybe you can see something like perhaps some things were better gestured at some point. Maybe. But maybe it's just a person's handwriting compared to what's been taught.
And we come back through the portals. It's like the exact second we left or something.
Pretty much.
Okay, so like if we hang out here for like a day, if we come back at the same time, pretty much over there. That's how Red became really.
It depends on. Yeah, it depends on the portals sometimes.
Okay. So basically, if I wanted to go, was that?
She just completely like finished her loop. She finished her loop, so she stayed the entire time.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like she stayed there and aged there, but then came back and she's now was old here or whatever because she stayed living there, and the time didn't really move in her time.
Mm-hmm.
So say if I wanted to go, like, I don't know, to a dinner party at the other Pride's place, I would have to go there, say, hey, we're hanging out for dinner, and then, like, hang out there to evening, and then have a dinner party or whatever, and then come back after that, and we wouldn't have changed, or, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Dio's gonna slowly approach the guy at the door. She's kind of quietly peeking over him. Lays up on the arm. He slouched into the other arm, just like. It's readjust a bit. I think he's resting. Should I wake him?
It's on you. Touch his crown. Poke.
The crown has a few prongs on it. Looking at the shape and size, potentially one of them can fit into the scale.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Does it look like they come apart?
It doesn't look like it could come apart. It does not.
Okay, so I just takes the whole crown.
Once you move it, a growth shows the spot where it was, and then the guy kind of shifts a bit. Put it back.
Oh, we need it.
We don't need it. We just need part of it.
What? I always need part of it.
Put it back.
Let me take the part. Tristo, break the part.
Don't break my crown, you idiots. What are you doing here?
We only need part of it. Yeah, we only need part of it.
Yeah. So, how many?
We know we only need part of it.
You're the 7.
Yeah.
So, hey, yeah, welcome. What do you want? Who are you, sir?
We just need part of the crown.
I'm slow. Why are you? What's? Come on. What are you doing?
You know why we're here. You just said we need part of it.
Yeah. Hey. What I need for you to do, friend, is to help me move my chair.
Just to move his chair.
Alright. Like, he looks to Dio for a moment, just waiting to see if she wants him to. This is her trial, so.
Mm-hmm.
Does she?
She looks at you and she looks at him kind of confused. Just something's.
Doesn't float.
I kind of lean over to Undyne and go, he's just jealous because his chair doesn't float.
Yeah, so Undyne's gonna laugh like a little kid. So.
Pity on the sloth without the floaty chair.
Once you
he's
get
he's not gonna get out of the chair. He's just gonna want you to move the chair over to him and then tell you.
So Dio's frowning the entire time, and as you get close enough, Tristo, he's gonna smirk. Good job, friend. You have come to a good assistance for your ally here, but I believe you have mistaken my words. And he's going to erupt in a burst of energy, knocking you two off balance. And you need to resist the push to not go into this pit of fire.
Okay. Dristle will. Well, Dristle's big, so he ain't easily going to knock over. Hold on. Let me just copy and paste the thing. Let me just check his info real quick to see what I can use. Built like a brick house on a throw time.
Eight's in a success, right? Partial success.
Partial, I believe. It's for Dio. So Dio gets knocked back, but she catches onto the ledge.
No, I'll use the giant blood thing too. Dristle is keeping his balance and is grabbing on to Dio to make sure she doesn't fall.
Very good, Fred. So you are capable. Why are you here? Other than this crown that you search for.
I thought you were lazy, not stupid. You said it yourself. We're the Seven.
Yes. But this is my time period. Not sure. I can sense your energy as we all have. But he pulls out a cigarette, lights it. You're here for something other than just the. Explain.
Dio has to do her trial thing, so you guys talk while we deal with the crown.
What year is it, by the way?
What?
What year is it?
So he gives you a year that's about 1,000 years back.
I assume language, like we're in a universal translator sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So Dristle tries to speak giant. What happens then?
He responds in giant. So you say?
It's more of testing it to see if it sounds, if it doesn't translate. Let's say if you have a universal translator and any language you're comfortable in saying, it comes out normal, but when you try to speak in the
Like I say, it
language,
hasn't changed much over the time. So
right?
maybe a slight dialect based off where you are because of accent, but that's about it.
Okay, so I was just not sure if like different regions had different languages, because I was thinking like giant would be Russian, uh, and so on and so forth. Like Sylvan would be Vietnamese.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if everywhere spoke, like, does everywhere speak common?
Mostly.
Okay. Okay. That was something I was not aware of.
That's how it is in the real world. What do you mean?
And D&D.
I mean, 1,000 years ago?
We're not on the same time scale as it doesn't matter. So yeah, I think you're putting real world aspects into the game,
Uh,
but it's just
I mean,
things can matter. You're putting a lot of weight into it for I don't know what reason.
it's just that. Sorry, it's yeah. I kind of stick to the idea of we're in the Victorian era, so that's kind of why I was a bit confused on. I just don't know what is Victorian era, what is realistic as far as
Speaking
time,
Spanish.
and yeah. So okay.
Victorian era is for technology.
So he's kind of glaring at you like, you are the one that asked him.
So, if I may,
As you help deal up.
oh well, I mean, go ahead. That's fine. I can talk.
He's gonna kind of nod to her. And says, "This one must be."
You cut out for me. I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah.
He said, "This one must be the one," gesturing towards Dio.
Oh, so Dio's got to move the chair. I mean, if it's her trial, then she can do it if she wants. But
I don't understand. This is just tedious nonsense. I can't move a throne. Then you do not deserve my crown. Um, I guess I'll try. This is. So she kind of swings around the back of it, and see her just kind of disappear from sight since the throne is pretty large. And she kind of pokes her head back. Trista, can you move? Thank you. So she puts her hands on the back and slips a bit because the goo and residue of the nonsense that's been growing. Just shakes it loose and then tries to position herself properly. And she starts straining. So she's struggling for about a minute or two. And he's finishing his cigarette. And he looks at the others. You still haven't answered my question, Seven.
I didn't hear your question. I'm sorry.
You doing it?
We're trying to skip the trials.
Yeah,
We're trying to
we need a
just-
piece to go into our scale. Stop that, for instance, from the trials, so we can get on with our stuff. Crown has a piece of it in it.
You do know that this is very dangerous.
Yeah, but we're all even right now.
You are even.
Yeah.
No, and not in the traditional sense. As a whole, we're even. Individually, no, but collectively, yes.
Then perhaps what I'm doing is incorrect. Maybe I should have known this before.
Maybe. I'm sorry. What did you say?
Maybe I should have known this beforehand.
Yeah, why do you know we were here for the piece?
Who else would come to this castle?
Yeah, but specifically the crown or whatever. Like, I guess you knew the piece was there, and someone that wants it would want that. I mean, anyone with a gold crown. We could have been bandits there trying to steal your gold crown.
Bandits tend to not make it too far.
Okay.
Are they scared of what happened here?
Yes, actually. So he gets up and stretches. You can stop pushing, little one. This is not going to move.
I bolted in the ground.
So he kind of walks towards the ground.
I has it on her head right
He's
now.
still. It was. Are you done? He's going to gesture towards it. Give it.
Fine. She hands it over.
So he walks back with it. You say you're balanced.
What?
You say you're balanced, yes?
Yeah.
What would happen if I was to destroy what you are looking for?
Yeah, we have to find another one. Technically, we have to go back in time even further or something like that.
This is do. This will do. This will do. So you see him kind of like take it and start crunching it, collapsing it, then drops a bunch of pieces into the fire.
Yeah. It's like, what is it? Is this a piece? Is jam everything in there?
So looks back and leans back over to see Dio. And she kind of peeks over. Catch. Throws her the piece. She catches it. Like, fumbles for a bit. And dives forward to catch it.
Rolls in the lava.
She juggles like, oh jeez.
We got a Terminator 2 scene.
I could have ruined your even.
Probably push in the lava afterwards.
Push me in lava?
Mhm.
Hopefully you aren't the wrath.
Nope. I'm
She's
trying.
not. I was gonna say it should have been pretty obvious, honestly. I feel like you kind of you guys, you just woke up, you're real sleepy. I get it, totally missed it.
So, how is it that you all are even?
We have some people that are zeros, we have some people that are minuses, twos, and plus threes, and plus ones, and minus twos, and eventually it evens out.
Well, it is impressive, yes. But I need you all to understand doing this route will be risky.
What is that?
What if one of you is altered by just being slacking because they choose not to do their trial?
Well, what?
Kind of looks towards Dio.
No, we all spitting it one last time and checking to make sure we do the math, and then we close it up.
So you're taking the easy way. Wouldn't that
Which
alter one of your
is
people?
sloth.
Why was it the easy way? It just seemed like the best way for right now. I mean, if
I don't
anything,
think I was understanding.
the trial just seems like a way to help catch up. Or help fix the problem if you have a problem. It's like,
Perhaps one of you can figure it out for your friend. I've done my part in explaining. Kind of sits back in his chair, yawns and stretches. Figure it out. Did not tell you that you can leave. Let's see.
what's the point of the trials again? I thought the trials were just there to help us. Everyone, like I thought it was just there to help us get even or get to a good spot.
I mean, they're to test us and to, change those values, yes.
So
But
if
what
you
he's
don't
saying,
do the
what he's saying is that if we opt to do out, that could tip her skill because it's being lazy.
Is it lazy? I mean, it doesn't seem stupid to.
Just because it's a smart idea doesn't mean that it's not lazy. The idea is putting the work in. Just like you hit the gym every day, if someone is, you said it yourself, if someone was just buff because they're buff without putting in the work, it's not the same, right?
I mean,
those were your words, not mine.
It is kind of the same. It's just people might say that you didn't deserve it. Not that you were lazy, so you wouldn't deserved it.
I mean, one could construe the same answer that it is, one and the same. Being lazy and don't deserve it.
I mean,
not exactly word for word the same, but contextually could mean the same thing.
I mean, I don't think this is really a shortcut. It's just that it's we don't need the parts. I don't know, does it make sense? Like, it's like if you have like a thing, like a device or something, and then you need to buy a refill for the device. And you're like, well, I could buy the pack that has the refill and the device in it, or I can just buy the refill. It's like, I'm just gonna buy the refill. I don't need another device. I already have one. We already have we don't need to
I don't quite think that's the same thing. It's like being handed a job and putting in the work to get the job.
Well, the idea is we earned it already without needing to do it, right? It's like,
did we though? We are just us. I mean, I get what you're saying, but the basis of which we're graded seems completely objectified by some other entity that I don't know. Yes, I had a random act of selflessness that it was a spur of the moment thing, but how was I supposed to know that? I didn't do that because I thought it was going to change my alignment. I did that because I wanted to help Dio. If I thought, oh, I'm getting brownie points, that might have changed that outcome. That I could have been no improvement at all if I had thought that. You understand what I'm saying?
yeah, I don't know. I guess this is to learn a lesson or whatever, but I mean, it's more of just. I don't think it's some lazy thing. I'm pretty sure it's just an insurance thing, but I mean, basically we can just say we got lucky, we can spit in the thing and close it up, or we can go through the trial to see if we learn something about ourselves, I guess, but then have the risk of our numbers getting messed up. Like even if we all go to do the trial and we all come out better, it'll mess our numbers up.
You're getting. Dio shakes her head, kind of like vigorously. Like, no, this is on me, so I need to do something to fix this. Is there anything I can do to alter my number?
I mean,
Oh, you mean like if you alter? Oh, yeah. I guess if you alter your number, then you take the lazy way out, as that thinking it's a lazy way out, then it just goes back up. Yeah, sure.
He smiles. Move my chair. I'll do it. So she goes back behind the throne, and she tries her best to move the throne.
Yeah. Just keep trying. Like it might not be like you actually have to move it. Just putting in the work in to try might be good enough. Go for it.
Driscoll is trying to ask Dio mentally. If you're trying to move the chair, perhaps focusing on what's anchoring it down. Then maybe use some rope for leverage. You are still putting in the work, but you are working smartly to still do it.
So all you hear is bunch of grunting and groaning. Oh, he's pushing. So as she's pushing, you see the growth around her start getting more jagged and spiked. And
how's her form?
She has one leg propped against the back wall. She's putting like her arms into it and everything else. She should be moving it, but it seems to be very heavily steady. But yeah, the spikes and things start to impale her hands as she pushes harder. Scratches her arms up as she pushes harder. And eventually she starts to bleed. And you can see her struggling. Undyne gets kind of unsteady. Like, why is she let her stop?
And Iggy kind of holds her quiet. And instead goes, just like quiets her for a second and goes, "You can do it."
So
Do we?
You can do it. Oh, no. So
he didn't say what direction you have to push it. You could do a different direction.
Reenact Terminator.
You can just do some jumping jacks.
Yeah. So once again, the growth around her pulse, and they get more intense. And then she starts to complain a little bit, whining like crying as she pushes through, and you suddenly hear her. And he's gonna look back. You can stop. Things have been adjusted. And then the growths start to decay a bit, and Castle kind of goes back to its point where it was as you guys first entered. She drops to her knees, arms still leaking blood, hands tattered a bit. She's panting for air.
Crystal comes in with medical wraps. Just takes out his like first aid kit that he keeps in.
You stand back. Let her savor in her efforts.
I actually did not hear that last part.
Let her savor in her efforts. She's heavily breathing, looking at her hands and scars on her arms.
Yeah, not everyone's that into BDSM, dude. You should probably let her get bandaged.
Wouldn't that also be BDSM?
True.
Yeah, true.
So
He just
now
looks
that
at
you've
Dio.
understood, go ahead.
No, he just looks at Dio, seeing her reaction to the situation.
Yeah, so she just kind of, just still examining herself. Similar situation to like how she's been injured and damaged through the testing that the others have done. She's now it's spread to her arms. So she gets up and kind of takes some of the wraps that you guys, or the clothing that you guys have had brought her, wrapping herself up in it.
Oh, they're medical gauze. He took out the first aid kit that he keeps. So
Well, I was saying, as you reach for reach her the, bandages and things, she's going to dismiss them. And kind of just, like I said, use the clothing that she has to grab herself. Slowly step away. He's gonna look at you like she's a strong-willed. It is nice of you to be assistants, but you must let some take care of their own will. You cannot be the savior for all, especially if you are part of a team.
Address though. Think of everyone else. Someone else be the
There's
hero.
She's gonna take the piece and walk over to you, Vi, hand it to you, and then kind of just walk back to the end of the castle.
As she passed by, Icky would have just under their breath said, "Knew you could do it."
She'll nod and just keep walking. Undyne's gonna kind of growl a bit. Very angry.
Why are you upset? Why are you growling?
I don't like this guy.
I didn't think she was gonna do it.
Some lessons are a little bit harder to learn.
I don't like lessons either.
I mean, that's how we grow as individuals. Some lessons are not lessons; they're experiences, and unfortunately, some have to be a little bit more drastic. And it needs to be more about trusting each other to know that we can accomplish different tasks, even though it doesn't seem like it's typically within our realms. I mean, if you ask me honestly if I thought she could do it, I would say yes. If I thought anyone could do it, I think everyone here could have done it. It was her test to overcome, though, so.
So Undyne's gonna just exhale. I guess. It's still stupid.
I mean, they're like bound similar to how Sticky is with you. It's kind of like you're his mentor. You're kind of teaching him things, right? And sometimes you have to tell him no, or tell him to do things that he doesn't want to do, right? It's the same kind of deal. Just, I mean, and while he might look at you sometimes and give you some attitude or say some really mean words, at the end of the day, it was for his better, right?
So you hear Corin start to chuckle a bit. This is a very nice lesson for those who are not educated. So he scoops down and grabs a sack of the growth, and it starts to glow and kind of do similar to what happened at the throne. See spikes start to grow on it, and then he looks towards Lauren, and he walks over to Lauren. Your hand met him. She frowns at him, and she reaches out her hand, and he slams one of the spikes into her hand. She freaks the fuck out, of course, and starts to scream.
Dude, what the fuck?
Excuse me? Do you mind explaining yourself?
So he puts out his hand. So she pulls back and she tries to pull the growth out, and it flops to the floor.
Is Crystal like growing as he's slow walking over, or?
You know what?
This is a full hard on right now.
He just
Oh, balance.
like he's not going to hurt him.
Do you mind telling me what you're doing?
As he puts a hand firmly on his shoulder.
Yeah, you gotta do the Bane thing.
Do your worst, big man.
I see you're trying to antagonize me.
Please hurt me.
Hurt me, daddy. Say it.
What was your point in doing all this?
You are a very calm wrath indeed. Look at your friend. Or your woman, I should say. I'm sorry. So, looking back at Lauren, Lauren's checking her hand out, and the hand that she got stabbed in is slowly starting to repair itself.
He just keeps looking at. Looking at Corin. Just waiting for his justification. Just waiting for something.
Your friend knew the situation before any of you others have. I'm not sure how educated you all are on these routes. They're not on. Right. Because they were overused. Gathered and drank up and used up. These things are a cure-all for a lot of things. Injuries and scars included. Your girlfriend is fine. She will be. Maybe better than what she has been. In case she has arthritis or carpal tunnel.
If I like scrunches down and like pokes him, like, are these things made out of vampires? I can do that with my own body.
Has Driscoll even heard of these things?
You may not have heard them. They've been wiped from the record.
They make
for the most part.
Things like maybe like vampire teeth.
So they're red for a reason. So they are also tied to vampires. but
They taste good. I like to eat, but maybe
the anti-STD castle you mean?
I feel like it just gives you all of the diseases until it wraps around, though.
For a reset.
Yeah.
Reminds me of The Simpsons Three Stooges syndrome. I'm invincible. Actually, a
Actually, a stiff
stiff breeze. Invincible.
Alright. So, yeah. Corin's gonna kind of brush your hand off of his shoulder.
He can try, but he only lets go when he wants to.
Mhm. So, gonna try to brush your hand over his shoulder, or you just keep it there just cause?
Don't
I mean,
pull
if you're not gonna
anything.
hurt me,
He just
Do not pull anything like that again.
well, she was willing. I appreciate the test subject.
Was
he just
she
feels
willing,
a
though?
slight pressure. Not enough to hurt him, but definitely enough that he knows he very much could hurt him.
He just smirks at you. He knows your strength. He's like,
You didn't exactly ask her.
she presented her hand, as I request.
There's this thing called informed consent.
How tall is the... Is there a chandelier or something?
No, probably not.
Are you trying to, like, find a high place to give him a wedgie on or something?
Not a wedgie. Just kind of stick him up there.
He wouldn't hang from it because his clothing isn't tight enough to hold him.
Do you want to just, like, put him on top of this pillar? Is that a thing you can do?
from the crystal.
Like, Driscoll doesn't want to hurt him. And he doesn't want to put him in a position where he can easily get hurt.
What a stupid thing I would do.
So he's thinking if maybe he can grow to like 27 feet tall and just put him on something.
I walks over and whispers something in your ear, and then walks away.
What?
Fry's like, if you want to hurt him, take his shoes. Yeah, he'll have to walk out of here without shoes on, and then through the sewer without shoes on.
That's tempting, to be honest.
So it's like, take his shoes. I'm thinking, yeah.
Can I see your shoes?
I'll do what your friend chose not to and just decline. No.
Well, we established that we can't trust each other, so that's something.
I mean, trust is a two-way street. Once again,
Why would I trust a guy who has his hand on my shoulder and refuses to let go? Your
Maybe.
intent is obviously negative.
Maybe because it's his way of venting his wrath, and based on how there was, like,
Monitoring
good...
it.
I mean, it's easy to say you don't trust a man who doesn't remove, his hand when asked, but you gotta come from understand his perspective, where full intentions not told about explaining something that looks harmful to someone's significant other. I mean, if I, not that I would, but say I threatened your significant other, but it was just all like a prank, wouldn't
Your friend
you?
here gave me the option earlier. Was it called what's the lies of omission? Just practicing one of my new skills.
Is this really like a skill you want? It doesn't suit you. Anyways,
I told you I'm
guys
a
sort
bad
this out.
lad.
Yeah. But I mean, we're trying to get. I don't know what your intents are,
I
right?
have no intent. I want to educate. I did.
Oh, then you're just an asshole. I thought you were trying to bring everything back into balance or something, but you just stabbed someone because you wanted to stab someone? The fuck is wrong with you?
I educated you on what's going on here. If you have an issue with it, then burn the place. Get rid of this ingredient that can save lives. It has no value for me.
Why would the ingredient be the problem here? You stabbed someone. It got better,
We
but
no
you
longer
stabbed
discuss
someone.
ignorance. Those who do not
He just
understand.
lifts him up by that shoulder.
Okay.
You understand your method was ill-advised.
I am done with this conversation. Do as you will. Respond in turn.
Crystal, I understand that you're upset, but this is also could be a balance thing. If he's going to test your patience here, why give him the time of day? If he's not willing to change, then what's the point of arguing? That's all I'm going to tell you, friend. Just pick your battles, and I walk away.
When they were talking, Vi's gonna talk to Dio real fast about like the thing I told you to research. Do you think these plants could help in any kind of way?
Yes, maybe.
Cool. It's like Vi would immediately like start looking around for like
This
something.
people are
Yeah, like they look
Shoveling
for like
out
a
the-
flower pot or something, like some kind of like anything. Like, oh, look, this like a brazier for fire. I'm just gonna dump this out and
use a skull.
yeah, something like that, like a skull or like something. She's just like looking around for something to like find or get like a harvest it so like it can live, so she can get as much as she needs as it. Yeah, let it grow. Okay, cool. I'm taking this. Thanks, souvenir. Bye.
Is that he just like back to sleep or
He's kind of just lounging in the chair, looking at you guys. Bicker.
He looks to Lauren, looks back at Corin.
To be fair, you shouldn't give him his hand. I mean, if someone's asking for my hand, like no.
Yeah, yeah, but still, that was a
Just-
D-bag move.
Yeah.
So as he's walking away, he's like to Undyne. So what have we learned?
Yeah,
Put
Vi's
your
like,
hands out to strangers because they'll do some weird shit to you. Yeah, you get that? It's just like, remember the guy giving you candy? Don't do that shit again.
Yeah. Vi's like that was a very Vi thing to do. If I would fuck with people like that, probably. She cared. She's like, yeah, okay, cool. Well, we got
Go
everything we
ahead.
need.
Oh,
You
my bad.
guys still good? You guys would like pick him up and throw him or something?
He's been
I mean, he's
saying
still there, right?
Yeah, he's still in the air. He's contemplating for a minute.
Shaking
You know,
like a dog, like. "Rawr."
they seem really squishy. You could just throw him on one of those fungus piles and then it can act as like a cushion. Then he gets stabbed. Then he gets up
So
again.
all of them
That-
seem like just bulbous pods of nothingness. They're not spiky at the moment.
Yeah. So you throw him onto it. It cushions his fall, and if he doesn't get up fast enough, he gets stabbed.
It seems like they're
You're assuming
activated by.
that?
It seems like they're activated by
assuming.
force, right? When he stabbed Lauren with it, did he like push it into her hand, or did he just like place it there and it started stabbing her?
Yeah, so he focused on it for a while first.
Okay, you gotta focus.
And it did. And then it grew into a spike and he slammed it to her hand.
This
And whenever Undyne was not Undyne, Dio was pushing, she was focusing on the push. So she was
yeah.
It's
There's
against
so
Vi,
many
I think.
Driscoll wants to do, but he understands that this won't lead to anything. He'll just say,
You know, if you want us to trust you, perhaps be open rather than pro pranks.
That's the thing. I trusted, or she trusted me to give me her hand. Did I do anything wrong to her? Is she scarred or damaged?
The ends
Or
don't
is she fine?
justify the means in this case.
You are so petty.
You are a prick.
Still being petty by using names. I'm getting tired of this height. I'd like to reach the ground soon.
Okay, children, enough. We should go home. We don't need to be here anymore. You guys can fight at the playground later.
he drops him
From how far up?
just a
Not that
couple
far.
feet. Like, not enough to hurt him, but enough for him to land on his butt.
Let's see if he does. Give me a boop. He's fine. He kind of lands on like superhero landing.
Well, that's only a partial success, so.
He doesn't like just flop to his feet exactly. So, Handy
He goes over.
does himself clean. You see him scoop up some of the roots.
Lauren, can you manipulate these?
Can you what?
Can you manipulate these crystals?
The crystals? I don't think I've ever tried a crystal. So she'll wander to them. She'll reach out, and they'll start to vibrate. But she can't get them to grow. No.
Like, is the vibration normal with, like when you're using force?
So usually, if she reaches out to a stone, she can cause it to move, like you saw with the house. Like she just yanked her hand back, and the house moved. With the vibrations of the crystals, you could assume that if they were like surrounded by other things, it could cause some kind of effects, but it's not doing it at the moment. But you do hear some kind of ringing while she's pulling. No, I feel a connection, but I can't pull it completely. So maybe if I practiced, but
Rapes. I never got your name.
As he looks to the guy on the throne, even though I see his name tag.
gotcha. Oh yeah, Eddie. His nickname, of course. My actual name is too long. I don't care enough.
Could be Ed then.
Wait, I'm not like you from the future, am I?
No, I was here first. You perhaps are a less attractive version of someone else. So he smirks, just teasing me.
Listen, this is not the way to bring up my daddy issues, okay?
Interesting.
Noted. Daddy issues.
Right. We all got
Krista
those.
wants to use the daddy issues against me for some reason? Like,
Seems like your group needs some therapy. The therapy would be very useful for all of you.
I'm fine.
Perhaps. Sure, Pride.
I am.
Perhaps the most stable-headed one of your group is the priest here.
Or whatever you say.
he stabbed someone like 5 minutes ago.
So did I.
Yes. And
And everyone's fine.
How does these things work? You just think like turn to a spike and then it does, or
Why are you so interested?
Everyone's just
Like-
fooling with these things. They turn into weird shit. Like, how does it turn into it? Don't you just think it or something?
It is the force of will, mind power.
Okay.
Hmm. So, Eddie, do you mind if we come back here from time to time to practice?
Please don't. I do not want all of you in my home. This place is
Right.
quiet without you. Take what you need and leave. Don't come back. Be very appreciative.
Understood. We'll only come back if absolutely necessary.
Even if we come back, we just won't wake you up. You just stay sleeping.
Fair. I accept.
Driscoll will just grab some bulbs and put them in for when Lauren ever wants to practice.
So, like, directly into your TARDIS cloak?
Yep.
I mean, let's be honest though. If he wanted to be productive, as soon as we left, he would scratch out whatever magical circle let us see.
Be a lot of work, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's too much work. Getting out of the chair, walking down this whole goddamn walkway to do that? Nah. Nah.
But risk being bothered again?
That's a good point.
That's,
One's-
that's the lesser of two evils. Death by fire or death by poison. What you
But the funny thing is, like, as you guys are wandering out, if you look back, you see him kind of gesturing towards the pit of fire in front of him, and the pieces of the crown that he kind of cracked up and shattered have, I guess, forged into a new crown without the piece. And he kind of just flicks his wrist and it flies back towards his spot.
Oh, I thought he was gonna move his chair back like an inch. It was like
So actually, it was moved slightly, and it put it back into the exact.
I expect him to start laying down to go back to sleep, and then gets uncomfortable and he leans over again. No,
Yeah.
and then gets up, moves it back that 1 inch he moved it. And then, perfect. And then goes back to sleep. It's like motherfucker.
He's sloth, not OCD, man.
Sometimes it's hand in hand, man.
Yeah,
no,
true.
no, not really. It's
I was like,
really
is
not.
it? I was like, what?
Nope,
It
it's
can be.
really not.
I mean, it
No, I'm thinking
can
like, yeah, also you'll overwork to make sure.
I mean, really, the biggest sloth would be someone that needs something to change, but they physically can't do it. So,
Yeah, that was like if you're sloth and you need things to change. Like you're like, oh, everything's dirty. I need to clean it, but I'm so lazy. Ah.
yep.
So, anybody else do anything else, y'all?
Nah, they're good.
Good.
Back to
So
the-
you guys reappear back in the sewers. Oh shit, wrong place.
Hey, Josh, did you name Eddie before I came up with Eden? Okay. Yeah, that's good. We even have similar
I had all
characters.
I had all the portals put together to around the same time.
Yeah.
And each one has you guys. I think there was two of them that I haven't used. Well, not actual portals, but like characters I had built for previous stuff. Like the green one is not one I used or character I used, and
Yeah, there was no character in there. It was Garen.
what was the other one? I don't know. One other one. I think there's one other. Yeah.
No, I think it's just.
Yeah, that was it. It's
I
just that
think
one.
it's just that one. Yeah, because
So you have to ask.
I had Wisp, and then
You have to ask Corin about that guy.
Garen. Wait, what?
About the guy that you guys haven't seen.
That we haven't met. Yeah, I mean that could be. I don't know if it's important. It might be.
Well, once it becomes important, we'll know. We'll be like, well, we kind of missing pieces of the puzzle. And where could it be? It's like, well, it's one place we haven't been.
All right. So everyone pops out.
Yeah, I guess I'll kind of chit chat with Dio, and as we kind of walk out, and just be like, "You okay?"
I've never felt better, actually. I had a slight cough the other day, but My throat's no longer itchy.
Oh, did you have the COVID?
Yeah, SARS-91.
Oh,
I'm gonna be like, I had a slight cough yesterday, but I was too lazy to cough, so I just sat there. Just in pain, couldn't cough.
I didn't want to be a burden, so I held in my coughs. Yeah, so she's just like shrugging, like, I think I'm fine. She pulls the sleeves down that she's trying to cover, and her arms are not scarred. The holes that were there, scratches that were there, are now closed and sealed. I believe he knew.
Is
you
Dio's eye
believe he knew?
still?
Hmm?
Are Dio's eyes still messed up?
That's the damage, yeah.
Why don't we try some of the plants on her eyes?
So, yeah, have you seen that in character or like now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Corin's like, well, I did plan on doing that, but you guys are making a big deal out
Yeah, I wasn't making a big deal on nothing.
I'm sorry, Dio, but I will not be the one to stab you in the eye. I'll have one of your friends take care of it. So he kind of wanders off a little bit. So Lauren's gonna look at everyone like, I'm not doing it.
I was
I'm
gonna
not
say,
stabbing you.
when Driscoll was holding Lauren close,
Mm.
his body heat was intense. She might have
Mhm.
thought it was him being close to the fire,
Mhm.
but if he like he's almost burning hot.
So yeah, she was just probably just gently tell you to try to calm down, because she probably understands that situation already. But yeah,
When he breathes out, it's just steam.
cold in here? He tries. No.
It's basically how I do his giant's my ability back in D&D is that he exhales a breath, and with rapid heat expansion would cause a massive surge in heat. He has been seething for a while.
So to fix Dio's eyes, we gotta stab her in the eye.
I
Is
guess.
there
We just rub the plant on it. Why we have to stab people?
what's wrong with
It,
Dio's
it
eyes?
probably has to take like some magical focus to like get it to do what it needs to. I mean, I can just ask Corin how he does it later, and
I mean, Dio knows how to do it.
I
I mean-
actually don't.
You knew about the plants.
I knew of the plants, but
You can just do
the
research on
details.
them.
Yes, but our library doesn't have much on it. I've looked for cures for my own damages. I've had selfish times where I did try to find some kind of help.
The hell does Cora know how to do it then?
They have other libraries, and perhaps he knew of other healing.
Hey, Corin, how did you know about the plant stuff?
So he walks back slowly.
Crown library?
Am I wanted again?
How did you learn about the plant stuff? Is it Crown Library or something?
I'm a healer.
Okay, that doesn't help me. Does it give you automatic knowledge of plants? Like, what? How did you learn about it?
Why? Oh, yes, it does. I've done many research on
I
all
get
these
that.
things.
Yeah, how?
How what?
What book did you read? Where did you get the book from?
Oh, books are sometimes irrelevant when you can learn hands-on.
You had some of this stuff before.
I've experienced it, yes.
That was like
It's thought to
extinct.
be extinct, but there are some in the world that have some. I've not always been here in this city.
Okay,
I'm
well,
here searching for the sense.
teach Dio everything you know, so she knows how to use it.
I don't think I'm allowed near any of your allies at the moment. And he kind of glares at Justo for a bit. Seems I am too aggressive or too.
That's between you and Driscoll. I got my own shit to deal with.
Well, is there a level of trust between us?
I mean, like I said, like I trust. I don't trust anyone really, but I don't distrust you until you do me something to make me not trust you.
Why?
By what?
Said wise.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I mean, I've been asking why for a long time and still don't get like a straight answer. So, I mean, I would have been a little upset if you got a straight answer after asking her once.
Are you asking me why for what?
Why you
Gordon
don't
said
trust
why.
people? Yeah,
I'm asking,
yeah, I know.
I'm asking Nikki now. Why? What are you
Yeah.
asking why about?
Why you don't trust people?
Oh.
Because when I was little, I almost got murdered by a bunch of paladins that tried to kill me that apparently were supposed to be good guys. So I don't trust people.
Okay, but none of us are paladins, and none of us are trying to
I
kill
don't know
you.
what you are, what you're trying to do.
Undyne holds back a laugh. Like, I'm sorry. Vi is sometimes extra, and it's kind of funny.
Yeah, you know what? I don't even. Just,
As
it's
far as I
fine.
know, Icky,
Whatever.
you're some super secret underground paladin that's gonna sneak up like, haha, got you.
Alright, we're going too far with it. Let's not point fingers and
whatever.
do it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't take offense to it. She can think what she wants of me.
I don't think you are, but I don't think you aren't.
I don't want her to get comfortable insulting you, so we're gonna stop. Okay?
Yeah.
Once again, I've been called a lot of names, and I think
Well, not anymore.
undercover paladin is the least offensive thing I've been called in a long time. So,
And then it's like, I'm gonna hold her shoulder and lift her off the ground just like Justo did.
no, that doesn't help anything. That just makes people upset and really awkward, and then just kind of pushes their way out.
So Cartman, I think I'm gonna spit in your mouth while you're staring.
So Corin's gonna kind of lean in towards you just to say, look, you're being a bad influence on
What? Get on his level.
You're being a bad influence on the young ones. Smirk and walk off a little bit. He'll whisper, I guess, tell DL, see me whenever you're ready. This is something that I will not decide on. If you want to be healed, it's your choice. She'll not.
Chores are done. It's not accept. It's the time.
Oh,
Alright, so Eric, you need to understand why as soon as you move.
meanwhile,
Well, right here. Well then,
Crystal
all right,
asks
Eric,
Theo,
so that I can talk to him on. Eric, you
is
need
there
to understand
something
why
wrong
you
with
are
your
being
sight?
punished. All right. I'm just
no,
right.
everything's working just fine.
So I assume he just wants to heal these scars around your eye, right?
He told me while coming around these
All right. I'm just gonna get down as
errands
soon as you
that
move.
he felt
Well,
guilty
then, I'll
for
just have
putting
to
me
stand
through
right here.
what's been done to me.
Oh,
He didn't do it
spit
firsthand,
in
but
my mouth.
feels responsible.
It's best to avoid his level.
I just don't get why he wants to act so maliciously if he's trying to win favor.
I mean, see it how you want, but if the end result isn't actual injury, it's not really malicious.
You mean psychological torture? Or like freaking everyone out?
Perhaps. Or is it us overreacting?
I'm getting direct, so
Has
to
no
understand
one
why
ever
you-
heard of that
All
torture
right.
method where you
I'm
get a
just gonna get down as
healer
soon as you
and a
move.
knife,
Well,
and then you
I'll
just
just
keep
have to stand
stabbing
right
someone
here.
until they die or are about to die, and then you heal them?
He spit in my
Like,
mouth.
But
Yeah, it's best to avoid his level.
I'm not going to say I was thinking that, but I am not going to say I wasn't with that bit of
Yeah,
Can't
it
completely
gets
agree.
better.
I really can't completely agree with you all, despite the awkwardness of the situation. If you consider surgery is damage before healing, it's very similar.
But
But
you're not
he's just
awake for surgery.
It's not
but
even
you're not completely
that.
healed.
A little warning would have been appreciated. I wouldn't have acted out like that.
I understand.
Now you can
This is
see
very
how that
complicated.
was cruel.
If you get a doctor right now in this room, they can't touch you no matter how close you are to death, like ethically speaking. Like they'll lose their doctor's license until you go unconscious. Then they can do whatever the hell they want. But you can refuse treatment until then, and they can't start treatment until then. Like that's just how doctors do. Apparently, magic doctors aren't the same, but
How it works in Victorian England?
I don't know if that's how it works in Victorian England. But in Victorian England, they have cameras now, and they have fucking
Cell
everything else.
phones
And
and
when was the Hippocratic Oath invented?
hmm.
I'm
That
full
Google
on
I hear.
projecting. Maybe I should, yeah. But
I think back then it was just like, here, bite on this belt while I chop your arm off.
like,
Here's some whiskey for the pain, and whack.
Honestly,
yeah,
I'm trying to remember if they were still following before fluids.
yeah. The humor should be going on right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was watching a few videos about the Victorian era recently, and apparently what made it interesting was one, that it covered such a large span of time, and two, was that like people were starting to understand science, but just enough for it to be dangerous.
Yeah.
Like nobody knew what the fuck was going on, so everything was being tried. Like people were putting nightshade in eye drops so that their eyes would go popping, and they had old people in gnome druid huts, but only if you were rich enough to afford to keep an old guy in your hut.
Yeah.
Like,
Garden
yeah,
gnome?
no. Okay, so what would happen is people that had gardens would hire old men to sit in to sit in like this one gnome hut. Like, so you know lawn gnomes? This is
Yeah.
where it comes from. They would hire old people to live in a hut for like a year at a time, and there were a ton of rules about it. They just had to sit there and do nothing. Like they would eat and they would watch the forest. Like they were a decoration, and they were paid to do that. And it was a
Conversation piece.
status symbol.
Fair.
And yeah, and it was like the best retirement old people could get in the Victorian age.
We
I mean,
have
unless you were wealthy.
a lot of stupid things that we show off wealth from nowadays, so I mean, that doesn't seem any weirder than anything else.
It's exclusively that someone was being paraded around as a status symbol.
Yeah. I mean, jewelry, cars, shit like that.
Yeah, none of those is parading around someone as a status symbol.
I mean, they signed up for it. It's not like they're forcing old people to do it.
Oh, no. It was definitely the best option they had at the time. Like, it was that or the workhouse. It was still fucked up, though.
Consenting adults, that's fine.
Yeah, when I was thinking about the setting for Victoria era, I think it was like during the very end where light bulbs were more available, the gramophone was a thing.
Yeah, so if we're at the point where there's a gramophone, like, epidemiology might even be figured out. Like, wasn't Jon Snow in the cholera outbreaks in England during the Victorian era? Was it after or
I
something?
do not know, to be honest.
We're using a kind of
Okay.
a loose setting too, but yeah,
Yeah.
it's what we need to have in it for fun or whatever. Who cares?
Yeah, I just need to get on the same page with y'all when it comes with understanding timelines and what can I inference and what can I
It makes the game more fun for us.
yeah, I guess.
1832 Victorian era.
Think y'all
Oh,
digging too deep into it.
Yeah. Yeah,
that was early Victorian era that we had early epidemiology.
Yeah, I think the Victorian era either lasted in 1901 or 1902.
Yeah. It was 1832 that Jon Snow started figuring out epidemiology.
Okay,
So
okay.
the foundation of modern medicine
I
is
hate history. Can we move on?
Alright.
Boring shit I've ever
We're
heard.
probably ending soon, so I mean, like, we might as well just finish it up.
Yeah.
I mean,
History lessons. I'm going back to school, kids.
so I mean, Bristol just walks off.
Yeah, if I would like find this dude or whatever, like by himself or something, and like not threaten him, but just kind of threaten him a little bit.
Talking about Corey?
Yeah, Corin, like, hey, look, help Undyne if you can, whatever about the stuff, not Undyne, Dio, but don't do anything stupid to her, like hurt her again or hurt anything like that. I know you're trying to make amends and everything, that's all cool, but don't do anything stupid. I mean, come on.
It's not my intent.
What?
I will only do whatever. It's not my intent. I will only do what she allows me to do. If she doesn't want to be healed, then she will not be healed.
Yeah, but don't do any like stupid trickery stuff. Some of these people aren't that smart, it seems like.
I was just trying to educate you on what the plants do.
Yeah, but you could just be like, hey, look, guys, what the plants do, and you just tell us.
Better to show than tell.
I mean, I guess if you call that better, being lifted up by Driscoll and threatened a bit, but I mean,
I would call that excessive.
yeah. But I mean, I guess you don't know him well enough. I don't know.
I just trying to find a world where Bristol was irrational in that case.
Yeah, if I was like this, just don't do it like that.
So he's gonna mention like he's been eyeing me the entire. Don't have my certain feelings towards him either.
I mean,
I
I'm
was
pretty
testing
sure
his-
everyone's been eyeing you because of the whole you were part of the crown thing, and we're gonna try it. Yeah.
Yes, have your positions on me. I don't mind. I'm here to get this job done, just as you are.
Yeah.
Once I'm done, I'm leaving. I have no connections to you otherwise.
No.
Right.
Yeah, I guess we meet up at the headquarters. I guess I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Device. I don't know. I guess she gives a plant to Dio to let her interact with it and stuff.
Okay. So when returns to the guild hall.
Were you letting him go to the guild hall now, guys?
No, probably not. I guess it's like one of those things. Like, okay, we did the thing we needed to do. Like now we're gonna go do work stuff, right? Like we done the 7 stuff. Now we need to do Jester stuff. So like he doesn't need to be here.
Okay, cool. So, and then
Yeah, I mean, he has established that he's not our friend, pretty much. So I mean, this is like friend time, I guess.
That's old line. Anyway. It's purple line. Alright, you guys can enter as you want. I said Bailey's out doing things with hubby boy.
The honeymoon.
So is this the bar? Is this the castle
Down at the
sort of
bottom.
homestead thing? Okay, I don't think Eden's ever been in this house before.
Guild hall.
Guild hall, yeah.
Their headquarters.
So I guess I should be heading out now then?
Come with us.
I mean, you
Oh.
are a jester member, so
Kinda, yeah.
Oh, okay then.
If I was like, yeah, it has to get home, we can de-talk, and I guess you're just like, should I come? Like, yeah, you can come. Wait, do you want to be a jester or not? I don't think I've actually been, you're my secretary, I guess, but I mean, do you want to be a jester too?
I mean, I don't really have any reasons to say no. Probably.
Something which is like, I dub you a jester. It's like, doo-doo-doo. There you go, you're done.
Just for some reason, like one of those silly hats gets on his head. It's like, the fuck?
It spawns in.
Yeah.
Slowly descends through the heavens.
Faces on head.
That's
Yeah, but I don't know if
pretty
we
high
have
ceiling.
anything. Do we have anything to talk about right now? Should we save it for next week and just like our next steps next week, or I don't know what we're supposed to be doing?
Personally, I'm all geared up to just talk about the ethics of Western medicine, but I don't know about
Go for it.
anybody else.
I'm fine with it as long as there's no huge history lesson behind it, because it's like draw.
I mean, what I've found right now is an NCBI article that's talking about some fancy stuff about the foundations of Western medicine, and one of the tabs is right to refuse treatment, as well as medical treatment in emergency.
Yeah,
But
I'm
most
sure
of what I'm
we
going
should,
off of is what I've heard of EMTs talk about.
we should finish the game up before we start
Yes,
talking
yes.
about
yeah.
our stream off.
You guys can plot for next time, or
Yeah, do we have anything planned for next time?
I'm back. Sorry.
I don't know what we're doing for next time, to be honest.
Spitting this thing, see if we're all done, and then start the trial thing or something?
Yeah, I mean,
Are we? So I guess let's take like 10 minutes and just discuss. Where do we want this story to end? I think that's a really valid question at this point in time. I know that there's things that our characters wanted to do and pursue, but that's why I'm just trying to get a feel. Like,
Yeah.
are we? What are? How are we doing this? Are we going to? Because I don't want Fred to feel like, oh, well, I brought in the wrong character if this is going on for much longer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can just fuck with Ed and Raker, like, infinitely, because I have no investment in the character. So it'll just get progressively weirder, but I'll make it work no matter how long it needs to go, you know?
the issue is it seems like we've made the sins the end all be all of the story.
Well,
And
stakes and all, yeah.
yeah, and I only have the barest skeleton outline for Casimir's stuff. Like, he hasn't really touched anything of it. I know Vi and the Paladins are supposed to be a thing. I'm not sure if we're gonna still have that breeding giant mimic conclave or something.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, obviously, all of our characters have like bits and pieces that, what's the word, of stories that weren't like told that we had in mind to tell.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Vi's things is to do the sin stuff and also beat up the crown, take over the territories, and kill the paladins. Done. Like, that's her stuff, right?
I mean, Casimir is to clear his name and be able to see his family again.
Like Vi thing's pretty easy, right? Getting just going to the crown, like we just have to wait to progress till we get to a good spot where we can attack them. It seems like it's a good time to attack them now, but I mean, like I'm waiting for information from like the rest of the jesters, but like this is a good time to attack. We should orchestrate an attack, and then we do that, right? And we go and find the leaders of the crown, give them the ultimatums of.
I just feel like this information would be useful to Josh if he's, putting together a story or X or Y. Just also for narrative points, like I said.
When you said Josh, I thought of the NPC.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. But I mean, even then, technically, we need to go talk to him. Like I need to know, like, so like Vi's not the one that plans to attack Crown. Like she's not the person that does all this, right? Like there are schemers, and then Ezekiel gives the word. So like we should be pushing the Crown eventually when it makes sense to push them, which it seems like a good time to push them with the information we have. So like if we want to do that first before we finish off, like is it better to do like the crown stuff to finish off all the gang stuff first before we finish off the sin stuff?
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But then I worry about Vi's motives. You know what I'm saying? Like Nick doesn't know how to push Vi out, and I'm not about to try and push you in a place where Vi wouldn't, or like a situation where Vi would be in, right?
I mean,
I'm like, okay, once you've completed what you're done completing, what is there left for Vi? What is keeping Vi within the group to go clear Bristol's name, or to go find answers for Icky, or whatever Eden would like
I mean,
to do?
Vi would do that because of, I mean, she's willing to, I mean, you helped her.
That's all I was saying. I just
And
wanted
also,
to make...
yeah, like I mean, she wouldn't help you with the beach stuff. I don't know, she helps you all the time.
I mean, but you were directly, like, Vi was directly tied to the Seven and all that.
I mean, all I was told was there's a flower that Undyne wants to eat. That Icky wants to get Undyne to eat. I wrote, like, Wingmen and Icky or whatever, right? So I was like, whatever. I'll just change my bond to, like, helping Bristol clear his name and helping... What was Icky's thing?
I mean, find out what he is, but...
What's Icky's thing that he's trying to do?
Find out what he is?
I don't know what he is. Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
The nightmare.
Yeah, help Iggy find out. Yeah, sure.
But once again, Nick personally doesn't need to, like, that could be the goal never achieved, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The dream was really super vague, like, find me where I lay. I'm like, okay, well, where the fuck is that? So
Yeah. Like you guys' stuff hasn't been introduced even to the game yet. Where like we've been fighting this gang stuff since the beginning. So like finishing this up is still technically like a main story. Like yeah, all of Vi's personal story stuff became main story stuff. So like I don't know.
This whole world, and we've been exploring this town from end to end.
I just made up random quests for Vi. She has a gang and she wants to stop the other gangs and sin stuff or whatever. I don't know.
I mean, that's fine with me. Like I said, Icky has grown a lot since what he started off as, they started off as. So, I mean, but like I said, it's just more so, where do we go from here? What do we want out of the rest or going forward so we can kind of put that together, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know. Now we have Corin, maybe he can help us deal with some of the crown stuff, and like once the crown right now is weak after they did kill Saito and all that, we have like Corin, we have what's her name, Serena, whatever. Like they can tell
honestly
us
I don't think the crown are like an issue. Like I feel like we could honestly just be like, all right, this shit's ours, and people will be like, okay.
Yeah. we can do something. We can have like a little scene or something where we go and talk to them, right? Because I mean that's like how we did with each of the Wasp people, right? Like basically just like that. We just do one of those for the whole crown group. Takes a session or two to do it, right?
I honestly don't know if the crown have like much else now that they've lost like at least one big backer. So.
Yeah. It's probably gonna be some of the crown are like, we fall in line. The other ones would be like, no, we fight to the death, and then like we beat them up, and we're like, cool, we did it.
Yeah, like Daniel the Pansy.
Yeah, something like that. Just a role play. It's a place. Just ways to role play and a place to role play at, right? That's all it is. We get closure and we take the whole town, and then we have everything in the town, and it's all done. We can even go like we can even have another role play before that, and actually go talk to the Vipers. Like, hey, we're moving on the crown now. Let's go. Everyone get your shit. We get the Wasp, we get the Vipers, we get everyone. We just push the crown.
Yeah.
Have a big show of force, and they just like, you know what? Yeah, you win.
That was kind of what Driscoll was hoping for at the beginning, to deter them from wanting a war in the first place.
Yeah.
Just around the crown capital, just like the arrows blot out the sun. That we will fight in the shade.
So yeah, we can try to do that if you guys want to do that. If not, then we can keep pushing the main quest or I guess we should call it the main quest, the Sin quest or whatever.
I mean, at this point, I would say just getting the things that we have, getting Hennessy in itself like situated with the whole horseman and everything just seems like okay. Now that we're no longer tied to this town, the other things that allow us to leave are up for grabs or like to be pushed to the forefront.
So it said also like once we do the 7 thing, what's to say like everyone else doesn't leave and then Vi has to go fight the Crown Virus Yells or whatever, so you guys miss all that, whatever. So
I mean, Casimir is loyal. He helped, like he's been sticking with the gestures for well over a month.
yeah, I think it makes more sense to do the crown stuff first before we do this stuff. Because it seems like it'll be end of the thing stuff or whatever. Seems like the last thing we should do is the sins things. I mean, but I guess after we can still leave to go do other stuff, but that can lead to like whole other games technically, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, but I
other
could hunt
continents.
down the paladins,
That'll
maybe
be there
find
in the
her real
crown.
mom.
Or she's dead.
I mean, is she actually dead?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was
Paladins
like.
killed her. That's why
I
she
thought
wants
it
to
was.
kill the paladins.
All right. I just wasn't. I just keep getting muddied if she actually died or Grants pretended to be your mom and pretended to die there.
No,
Yada, yada.
No.
Grant took care of her when she was younger, as a nun or whatever.
Okay.
So
Right.
yeah. So, but yeah, like dealing with the town. I mean, yeah, I guess if you ever start something else, we can go different continents, start another game. Technically, it feels like, but I mean, who knows? So a different town to figure out stuff. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I just feel bad I couldn't finish. Like, I guess I could make it for something like an epilogue scene with just like Driscoll Casimir accomplishing what he wanted to do.
We still have time.
We could save it for in case we want to just come back one day. We'll do some one shots. If you want to start something completely fresh.
Yeah, I just was expecting the war to be more of a prevalent thing in this setting.
It could have been, but we chose not
To stay in the city. I had it ready as expected, but yeah, it's all good. Either way, it already plays out. Because, like I said, this world was built off of a book I was writing. So it's already structured. It kind of gave you, I guess, a leaning towards to try to build something relevant to it.
But it just shows how much we can do with nothing or with a little bit, right? We can make a lot of for this from a single town.
Mm-hmm.
Most people need worlds and everyone to put like a bunch of story in and a bunch of like, I wrote this novel for the players and here's like this is like no, you just put a guy in front of me, start fucking with the guy. It's like whatever.
Yeah.
All right, so you want to do the crown next session then?